Well, we do not have a quorum yet. We may need to cancel the meeting. No. Is Councilmember Willie here? Is Vice Mayor Chow and Councilmember Sinks. Who? At 5:40, why? Oh. So she's not going to be here till 5:40? Wow. Do we want to proceed without her? Or?
It's up to you.
Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, okay. Yeah. The vice mayor's a little bit delayed, so we're going to give her a few more minutes before we start. it's 5:40. We'll get started. Hopefully the Vice Mayor will join us in a few minutes. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would you like me to do the roll call?
Yeah, roll call, please.
Councilmember Sinks.
Here?
Councilmember Willie.
Here?
Councilmember Paul.
Here.
And Mayor Scharf.
Here. Okay, so first thing we're doing in the special meeting is selecting a mayor and vice mayor. There'll be a time for public comments later, and if any member of the public wants to speak specifically about the nomination of the mayor and vice mayor, you can fill out a card now. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak about that? You can come forward without filling out a card. Okay, seeing no one, the first thing we'll do is have nominations for the mayor. So do I hear any nominations for mayor?
I'll nominate Mayor Scharf for another term as mayor in the upcoming year.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Are there any other nominations for mayor? Okay. So if we can vote with your lights for mayor, I will accept the nomination.
And the motion carries with Chow absent.
Okay, next is vice mayor. So are there nominations for vice mayor?
I'll nominate Councilman Paul.
I'll second.
Thank you. I'll accept the nomination.
Okay, please vote for vice mayor.
And that motion carries with Chow absent.
Great. So if the clerk can now change around the nameplates.
Actually,
Wait,
let's
you
go
wanna
ahead
swear
and
in
do the,
first?
yeah. Well,
Okay, great.
if I could ask the newly elected mayor to the front of the stage for his oath.
Okay.
This one, take that and you can stand
Oh,
there. Please raise your right hand. Please state your name.
I, Stephen Scharf,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support and defend
to support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and to the Constitution of the State of California.
and to the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully
And that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter
upon which I am about to enter
for the city of Cupertino.
for the city of Cupertino.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And may I now ask the newly elected vice mayor to come to the front of the dais.
Sure, of course. Thank you. I'd like to ask my wife Sharon and our kids to join me. Thanks.
Please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Darcy Paul,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support and defend
to support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter
upon which I am about to enter
for the city of Cupertino.
for the city of Cupertino.
All right, congratulations.
Thank you, Grace.
Yeah, I don't think we need to change the seats right now. Just the... Right, so you don't need to change nameplates or anything, right? We'll do that.
We will have the newly printed names on them for the next
Okay.
meeting. Since
Okay.
we're not
So
changing
Great.
any
can I make a comment?
Sure.
So sorry that I'm late. Traffic was horrible driving from Milpitas. And I'm glad. I was hoping that I will be the one nominating Stephen to be the mayor and Darcy to be the vice mayor. I'm glad that it happened without me anyway. And I think I have expressed this to Stephen and many people that this is my first year as a council member, and I think I'm not ready to be a mayor. There is just so much ceremonial responsibilities to as a mayor that I would like to take the time to learn my way, and also I have a lot of other things that I would like to do, so I need the time. And I think Stephen deserves another term to be the mayor because he didn't get to be vice mayor. So he does deserve another term as a mayor. So that's well deserved, and I'm very glad that Darcy is our vice mayor again. So let's switch seats.
If you wish.
Sure, you can switch if you want to do that.
Congratulations. I just want to take a few brief moments to thank Vice Mayor Chow for all of her dedication to the community this year. I haven't seen anyone put in more hours and work harder and delve more diligently into the issues. And I think she brings up a lot of good points, albeit at the very late hours of the night. But I think that that's part of our responsibilities. And thank you for keeping us on that track with regard to having a really good, faithful, and full of integrity type of approach to the various issues we face. So thanks very much.
Great.
Maybe I can say a word or two. I really want to thank Mayor Scharf for guiding our city for the last year. He's done, in my view, a phenomenal job, really focused on the residents and the leadership. Being new, we have a lot to learn. Steve has done an outstanding job. Vice Mayor Chow has done a phenomenal job. Again, her dedication is just unmatched, the number of things she's able to accomplish. So thank you, Mayor Scharf. Thank you, Vice Mayor Chow. And I really look forward to supporting Darcy in the new role for Vice Mayor. It's without question that he has what it takes. So thank you, Darcy.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, and I look forward to offloading all the ceremonial stuff to Darcy.
Great.
So the last year, I recently talked to Councilmember Willie, and he had the same frustration that I had when I started. everything seems to take so long to get anything done. You can be elected, and then 8 years later, if you're reelected, something that got started is still not finished. And I think that's a frustration we all share. But I think we did accomplish quite a bit in the last 4 years. We got the VIA shuttle started recently. We finished the veranda project, and it's fully occupied. We are finally moving forward with the library program room, design and construction. We passed the ordinance on vaping. And of course, the big issue that I get asked about almost on a daily basis, no matter where I am, in the Bay Area or even in the world, is what's happening with Valco. And, that's a frustration we all share. We all want to move forward with that. We would like something to replace the mall, especially now that it's almost completely gone. And we are looking forward and working with the property owners to see what we can do to get what's best for Cupertino, even if we have to do some compromises that not everybody might be completely on board with. That's just part of the job, is to make these compromises to move forward. So with that, does anyone from the public wish to speak before we adjourn for the reception? Yes, welcome.
Good evening. I'm Angelique Hauser, the CEO for the Cupertino Chamber of Commerce. And first of all, I wanted to thank Mayor Stephen Scharf and Vice Mayor Lian Chow for a wonderful year of 2019. And thank you for leading the city and working so well with the Chamber. And secondly, I would like to congratulate again Mayor Stephen Scharf for leading us again in 2020 and looking forward to continuing our work with Vice Mayor Darcy Paul, as we have done so many years in the past. And we are so glad that the city and the chamber work well together and look forward to continuing that friendship and leadership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anjali. I feel very protected here. And I have to say, I was at my daughter's school where she's student teaching, and they asked me, one of the kids said, "Do you have a bodyguard?" And I said, "No, but now maybe I do."
We're always here for you, sir. Mayor Scharf, on behalf of Sheriff Smith, who unfortunately couldn't make it today, she's out of town, and all the men and women of the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office, we congratulate you for being elected mayor a second term. We've had such a great working relationship this last year, and really the last 50 whatever years we've been providing services to the city of Cupertino. We make a commitment to you today to continue that service. We look forward to working with you. Thank you for your leadership. As you know, we've done a lot of great work getting those truck drivers to move out of the bike lanes, right?
Yes, thank you.
All right? And the only reason we're able to do that is because of your leadership. Please do not hesitate to contact me. Let's get those trucks moved. Let's protect our students that are riding the bicycles and even our adults that are riding the bicycles. That's what we're here. And we look forward to continuing that relationship. Vice Mayor Chow, thank you for your leadership this past year. We've had a lot of great interactions. We've done a lot of great things for the city. Just because you are now a council member, it doesn't mean you can't reach out to me at any point. That goes to anybody on the dais. We look forward to working with you this next year as well. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Welcome, Mooney.
Good evening. Sorry, I didn't fill in the card. My name is Muni Madipatla. I'm a Cupertino resident. So I just want to congratulate, the council and the mayor and the vice mayor, newly elected, and ex-vice mayor. You guys are awesome, and I don't think, we could have asked for a better council than what we have here. It's a lot of work. I know it's a lot of commitment, and so thank you for Stephen Scharf for, taking on to do the second term, and Darcy Paul for stepping up to be a vice mayor again, and possibly mayor in future. And thank you for your services, Liang and John. So you guys are awesome. Thank you. I know it takes a lot of work. I admire you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mooney. Welcome, Claire. Claire is our honorable librarian.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, and I'm pleased I get to say that for another year because I enjoy teasing you about being mayor since we've been friends now for a while. But congratulations to you as well as to Vice Mayor Paul. I look forward to continuing to work with you in this upcoming year. And I'd just like to express my thanks to Council as well for their continued support of our library. We are looking forward to moving ahead along with the city with the library expansion, and we appreciate your continued support. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Claire. Anybody else? Okay, so with that, we can, here comes Jennifer. Welcome, Jennifer. I won't time you.
Sorry, I was trying to do the protocol here, walk
Okay.
around the back. Hi, I'm Jennifer Griffin. I want to congratulate our new mayor and our new vice mayor and thank our past mayor and vice mayor for all their work and service to us, and thank all the council members for all their hard work. This is sometimes a thankless job. You're here till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. Your families make a great sacrifice also. I think we need to remember that public service is something that is a very, very important thing in the United States. And all of you should be commended for all the work that you have done, all the hours that you have put in. And I'm looking forward to a great year. And thanks for all your good deeds and good work. And when you're here at 4 a.m. in the morning, we know your families are wondering where you are, but all you have to do is look on TV, and that's where you are. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. And we still can't fix Highway 17. Anybody else? Hey, seeing no one else, we can adjourn the special meeting and move to the reception out in the lobby. Thank you. welcome back. Is Mr. Willie here? Councilmember Willie, are you here? Well, we have 4 out of 5. What is this? Ignatius Ding, Connie Cunningham, Lisa Warren. Okay, we finished. Okay, welcome back. I think we will do the Pledge of Allegiance again for those of you that were not here for the earlier meeting. Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hey, Madam City Clerk, can you do the roll call, please?
Councilmember Sinks. Here. Councilmember Willie. Here. Councilmember Chow.
Here.
Vice Mayor Paul.
Here.
Mayor Scharf.
Here. Okay, we have no ceremonial matters and presentations today. Madam City Clerk, are there any postponements?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item number 5 under consent can be tabled. There is a vacancy for the Bicycle Pedestrian Commission. However, there is alternates already in place for that. So this item was inadvertently put on the agenda.
Okay, very good. So
Oh, sorry.
item 5 is postponed. It's the issue of the Parks and Rec Commission and the member that resigned in the reappointment. We already have a process for the alternate to be offered the open position. Right.
Bicycle pedestrian.
Right. If not, we would consider it in January.
So we don't, okay.
Right.
So we don't terminate it, okay.
Okay, before I move on to oral, I neglected when I was talking earlier to talk about one of our biggest accomplishments in the past 4 years, and that was hiring an awesome new city manager and city attorney. So, I mean, that, if everyone knew how much time we put into that, you'd be amazed. And we ended up with an awesome team, so I'm very glad about that. Now we are on to oral communications. If you could fill out a blue card if you wish to speak, although not required. I have 3 cards right now. Ignatius Ding, followed by Connie Cunningham, followed by Lisa Warren. Welcome, Ignatius.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Ignatius Ding, 42 years residence in Cupertino. First, congratulations, Mayor and Vice Mayor, for another term. I want to speak on a subject of a request, which I will follow up with an email to city manager and the city council later. But I want to point out, the city owns properties, including many roads. One of them is the Wolf Road and North Wolf Road in particular. That includes the land and also the space over it. There is a overpass used to connect the 2 buildings across between the 2 sides of Wolf Road, across the 2 parcels at the former Valco Fashion Park. I wanted to bring up, to bring to your attention, when the property owner of the Valco site submit a SB 35 application, the former planner under the former director and former city manager, that's not a reflection on the current staff, but the calculation was not verified to make sure the space over the Wolf Road, the overpass, is not being included or converted from retail space to residential space. which is violation of the easement, which is documented in the city record. So it is important for the city to recognize this problem in the proposal. In fact, there's a court hearing coming up on the 19th of this month. I'm requesting the city actually put in writing, file a legal brief to notify the judge, presiding judge of this problem, because the calculation of the residential area is in error, including this overpass as a part of the residential space. So it is important because we cannot allow this, otherwise the encroachment of the city property, it becomes a permanent, that will be a major mistake for the future of the city. And also the calculation in error changed the landscape of the application. So I will writing this thing up and just I wanted to request and get your attention on this problem. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Ignatius. And the city attorney and city manager can look into this. Next, we have Connie Cunningham, followed by Lisa Warren. Welcome, Connie.
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor, and congratulations to all of you. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I'm Connie Cunningham. I'm speaking for myself only. I am with the Housing Commission, and I've been a homeowner here in Cupertino for 32 years. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to talk about an emergency housing ordinance for Cupertino, because we must act as swiftly as the landowners who are raising their rents. AB 1482, the new California law that imposes a rent cap of 5% plus CPI or 10%, whichever is less, and also implements just cause protections, doesn't become effective until January. I note that Cupertino does not have a municipal code that protects tenants. I support Working Partnerships and CFA, two groups that are advocating that local governments enact or update emergency retroactive housing ordinances to protect vulnerable tenants who are at risk of being evicted from their homes prior to the law becoming effective. Over 35% of Cupertino residents were tenants in 2010. Although some may object to emergency measures as a general rule in order to allow smooth transitions, in fact, many landlords are taking emergency actions now to evict tenants so that they can raise rents before the law becomes effective. We must act with like swiftness to help our neighbors. For example, my neighborhood was 100% owned by families when built in the 1960s. However, in this past decade, since 2010, many of these homes have been purchased by speculators and have become rentals. The renters have all been good neighbors. It would break my heart to see any of them evicted because the speculator wants to raise rents before the law changes. Please help my neighbors. Please help all our Cupertino neighbors by directing the city manager to prepare a municipal code that protects the people of Cupertino for your immediate signature. I realize this may require a special meeting to put on the agenda, thus the imperative to make the new municipal code retroactive. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and I would point out AB 1482, the rent limits are retroactive to March. It's just the eviction protections that don't kick in until January 1st. And it doesn't apply to single-family homes. So it wouldn't have any effect either way on rental houses. It would affect apartment buildings, or apartment complexes. Okay, thank you. And next is...
Could I ask the staff, have we received any request from residents who might need help with this issue?
None that I'm aware of.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any, so...
Right, yeah, I know some cities, I've heard reports of blanket evictions prior to December 31st, so they could raise the rent back up to market rate, and then the people could come back, but I don't, yeah, so it is an issue. Lisa Warren, followed by Neil McClintock. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you, Mayor, again. Okay, easements are money. By that, I'm referring to the fact that easements have a monetary value. We see disputes over projects and properties due to easements, and there's a reason for that. The Valco Shopping District site included public access roadways that city staff surrendered to the property owner for exclusive development use when it approved the Valco Town Center SB 35 application project. City staff had converted public roadway access to investment real estate for the benefit of the Valco property owner. Some would call this a land grab given support. I question whether members of staff who did approve this, they're no longer here, actually had the authority to do so. The roadway easements were never cleared or changed by City Council, which is apparently required by law. Over time, there have been several references to the Subdivision Map Act, including whether Valco SB 35 project application approval was properly approved given the tentative subdivision map that it included. I believe there may have been multiple versions and changing easement locations. I remember hearing that some easements would need relocation, and complications with utilities and underground parking may exist. I had hoped to submit plan set drawings that you already have, specifically from the SB 35 development application sheet numbers P0305, P0306, P0307. There's different revisions of them. I couldn't print them out because they're too big of files and my printer was getting stuck at 40%. But I do have this partial, and I'm going to hand it to Grace, partially legible version of 0306, where it shows specifically, and probably one of the biggest deals, these two sections of road that currently belong to the city, or did until they were given to Valco property owners as part of their application. So I just would like that on the record, and I'd like some discussion about that at some point, and hopefully some help from the city attorney. Also, this is switching gears. Previous oral communications, I've asked for a couple of agenda items to be submitted, and I just wanted to repeat those and see if anything's happening. The housing bill discussions, to try to take action to protect what we can protect based on what have been approved by our governor. And also R1 improvements to the municipal code related to privacy planting guidelines and balconies. Is that my time? Got 15 seconds? And then also parkland distribution citywide based on resident population. I don't believe our outgoing vice mayor was ever given what she wanted on that, and I'd kind of like the same thing. So that's just a reminder.
Okay, thank you, Lisa.
Thank you.
The last card I have is Neil McClintock. Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what Connie said. I understand that you haven't received any official correspondences related to recent evictions or surges in rent gouging, but nonetheless, I still think it's important to consider that even if there is one renter or a group of tenants who are protected by an emergency ordinance, that I think it's worth pursuing. There is an entire month left, and within that month, anything could happen. I think a lot of landlords are catching wind. There have been reports in Sunnyvale, just down the street, that there's been a huge surge in evictions. A lot of tenants are reaching out for help. And so I think it's important to consider that, especially during this holiday season, that even if it's just a handful of people whose lives are uprooted as a result, that it's something that we should do, especially because it's going to be state law anyway in a month. We've seen similar cities throughout the Bay Area pass emergency ordinances, and other cities looking at them as well. So Sunnyvale actually today is voting on whether or not to consider an emergency tenant protection ordinance, and likely will vote yes. Palo Alto is looking at one as well. Menlo Park has passed one. So I think it's important that we look at it as well and do it as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Griffin.
Good evening, City Council. Congratulations again on our new mayor and vice mayor, and thank all the City Council members for all their service. Hi, I'm Jennifer Griffin, and I just wanted to speak on the point that Lisa had brought up about having an item on the agenda that is looking at the effect of the current housing bills that were signed this year by the governor and what impact they're going to have on our city. We're talking about AB 68, 69, which are the ADU units. Junior ADUs have no restrooms in them. I mean, we're looking at situations where we have unfathomable effects on our neighborhoods by these bills that were signed by our governor. SB 35, et cetera, we're living the repercussions of that, signature by former Governor Brown. And we may be looking at the specter of SB 50 coming up again in January. I have it on good authority from relatives in Portland that there is an overabundance of housing available in Portland. Yet, in August of this year, the Oregon governor signed HB 2001, which is essentially SB 35, SB 50, all rolled into one. I spent the last 5 days in Eugene and Corvallis. Everyone is able to find jobs. Young people are renting homes with other people their age. It does not appear that those cities have out of control housing problems. There are people, young people that are just beginning, that are doing what people normally do around universities. They have shared housing. I do not see any reason that HB 2001 was signed for the whole state of Oregon. To me, this is irresponsible behavior by their governor. Yes, I have a lot of relatives in Oregon, a lot of family members that own homes. My niece is recently engaged in Portland, and she intends to buy a single-family home. She will probably be able to. The prices are not completely out of control in Oregon. A lot of Oregon is rural, and I cannot understand why their governor would have seen fit to sign something like HB 2001. Therefore, and their cities are struggling to try to put all this infrastructure in, and there is no money for utilities for all this new housing. I'm out of time, but I want to make sure that our city studies what could be happening to us. I so hope that our governor will not sign SB 50. We do not want to go down the road of Oregon, and there will be pushback in Oregon. Thank you.
Jennifer. Lastly, I have Kitty Moore. Welcome, Kitty.
Right. Good evening, City Council. I'm going to keep this really brief. I'm representing myself only. I'm interested in hearing more about what Connie and Neil were both speaking about with regards to having an emergency ordinance before the end of the year. If there's some way that you can have a study session and look at what the neighboring cities are doing, I'd like to see that happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all the oral communications. We are on to reports by council and staff. Councilmember Willie, do you have any report on committee assignments?
So, no committee meetings this time, but I'll bring up what I had wanted to last time when we talked about, we could also speak about a study session or agenda items that we would be requesting. And so we've already heard from several residents about the importance of homes, and Apple has created a plan, $2.5 billion for housing. Most of it's state initiatives, but there is $150 million for local housing projects. And I talked with Rod Deirdren about that, and he said it's for projects that would not be built if they didn't have some type of funding. And it's not about providing the land, but getting a project built that otherwise wouldn't be built at a particular site.
Okay, can I interrupt you? This is not committee assignments, and it's not agendized. So
No, but this is requesting.
yeah, that would be later. That would be at the end of the meeting when we request future agenda items.
Okay, so.
Okay, thank
I thought
you.
we had talked about this last week.
And I think we'd mentioned that if the council wanted to have an amendment to its
Right, we
resolution
would have to
setting the
amend
order
our
of the agenda, they
resolution.
could do that. But at this time, that hasn't been done yet, so the order of the agenda is set to have new agenda items happen at the end of the meeting. But
So-
council could consider amending that again to move the order around, but we
Right.
have a,
So we have to put that on the agenda to amend it.
right.
Right, so we can
But
do
I
that at
guess
the next meeting.
For this meeting, we can vote to move that item earlier also, right? To move the agenda of discussion earlier.
That's right, it can be reorganized by majority vote at the,
Okay.
Right, I mean, this is not a long meeting, so we can keep it where it's supposed to be.
Today should be short. Last time it was very long.
Okay, Councilmember Chow, do you have any committee assignment reports?
So on the 20th of October, we have the Economical Development Committee. So there, we discussed the ADU, the REACH code, and Kevin McClellan has showed serious concerns about potential impact on restaurant owners because their profit margin is already very thin. So that was discussed, and that's the main thing. Yeah.
So, okay, how would that affect restaurant owners? Okay, well, that's fine. Okay. The only thing I have was that I went to the Disaster Council meeting. They were appreciative of our council's action in approving hiring a new, what is the title?
Emergency response manager.
Right, emergency response manager. We talked about what happened with the public safety power shutoff and ways to improve how we manage that in the future. And those were the main agenda items. And yeah, that's all I have. Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Didn't we just, the revised budget last time included an emergency manager, right? It was already added in the budget.
Okay, Vice Mayor Paul.
Yes.
I held a town hall on November 20th, but that's not part of the committee assignments. I'll elaborate on some of the topics that were discussed there at that point. Thanks.
Great. Councilmember Sinks.
Yeah, so I haven't reported out on the last Cities Association meeting. We had a robust discussion about transit and the principles that the cities would like to advocate for in any future funding measure. And we rather liked the coalition statement that Transform and all put together on and directed city managers to consider helping us formulate that, and then we would bring that back to the Cities Association and councils to take a look at. So again, this is similar to the letter that Alameda wrote, somewhat critical of the FASTER proposal, but trying to clarify what things we were for as opposed to just what we might be against. We also had a discussion about what Silicon Valley Clean Energy and others were participating in with regard to changing ownership of PG&E to some kind of public entity, whether like the Sacramento Municipal Utilities District or more like a cooperative, as Mayor Liccardo has been arguing. So we got a vote with, it was all yeses with a couple of abstentions, people that didn't understand the issue, to support the effort in some public, to support that effort of PG&E becoming in some form a public rather than a shareholder-owned utility, and to pursue that, have SVC pursue that. I know since we last met, several cities have also been aggressive in adopting long reach codes, like Mountain View. They finalized theirs, and several others have. So we also talked about that at our SVC board meeting. And finally, today, after many years of work, the Air District, along with the EPA, sent out notice that we'd resolved a long-standing legal dispute with Lehigh Cement. And this affects cement plants in the states of Indiana, Iowa, Maryland, New York, Pennsylvania, Alabama, and on behalf of this air district, the air district itself was also a plaintiff. So we've announced a consent decree that will substantially mitigate the some 400 tons of particulate matter that come out of the stack every year. We talked about this at the town hall in September. And so in the next 12 months, action will need to be taken under this agreement to put continuous emissions monitoring for NOx and SOx in place, and then substantial SOx mitigation to reduce those 400 tons. And I don't know yet exactly how much that is, but it's this is a big win for public health for our residents and frankly everybody in the South Bay, because at the 300 feet at which that pollution is emitted, it swirls around and a lot of it gathers in East San Jose and other, really impoverished communities. So at the Air District, we're delighted. It took it's a strange bedfellows in cooperating with this administration's EPA and these 5 states, but despite it all, after months and actually, frankly, some years of delay, we got this settlement, which is good for everybody. That's my report.
Great. And when it comes to agenda items, I think you can suggest discussion of Faster Bay Area and of the PG&E idea of that Mayor Liccardo was advocating for. Okay, we are on to
Mr.
consent
Mayor,
calendar.
I have a committee.
Oh, I'm sorry, staff reports.
That's
Okay.
okay. Just to follow up Rod's action, the city's association action the city managers to come up with a set of guidelines with regard to transportation, mostly tenants in a way. So the city managers met literally this morning for, yeah, we did, and got pretty far with defining what we think are probably our top 5 tenants or guidelines with regard to transportation. And then we are working on a final. We will meet one more time, and then we'll pass it back to the city's association for consideration.
So I mean, from my perspective, I would welcome either before or after that comeback, right? Some guidance from the council on what you think we should do with this. It could be before or after, but, I'll leave it at that.
Excuse me. Okay, we are on to consent. I understand, Councilmember Chow, you have.
Yeah, so I will recuse.
Well, not on the whole consent, just on.
I think I'll just recuse on the whole thing, right? Yeah. So you can vote together.
But we can just
No.
split out the vote on number 4.
Right, we can split it out. And I do have someone that wants to pull number 4 anyway, so we are not gonna Yeah.
Do you want to do a quick
Can I
vote
move
on-
the consent calendar, tabling number 5, accepting 4 for,
Sure.
for now? So that would be, I'm sorry,
2, 3.
2, 3, and 6.
A second.
Okay.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we'll wait for the Councilmember Chow to leave the room. Okay, is there a staff report on this item, or should we just move straight to public comment?
We do not have a staff report. This is to declare properties a potential nuisance due to the presence of weeds and set the hearing date where the determination on nuisance will be made.
Okay, great. I have one speaker card here. Brent Bardsley, welcome. Is Brent here?
He's here.
I'm here. Oh, okay.
So I'm Brent Bardsley, 10408 Menhart, and 35-year resident of Cupertino. Believe it or not, this is my 10th appearance this year before the council, which wouldn't be that remarkable, except that in the prior 34 years, I never even attended a meeting. So you guys have my attention. I'm speaking on the weed abatement issue. If you remember last spring, or I think it was in June, the council ordered the weed abatement person to remove my name from the weed abatement list and to then inspect my program the following spring, which would be this May. As you can see, he has not removed my property from the weed abatement list. So it's possible this is a clerical error, I'm not sure, but here is a copy of the item from the council meeting on 5/21. Notice it says, took no action but to wait. I believe the wording was garbled a little bit, but took no action but to wait another year for the parcel at 10408 Menhart Lane. So to wait another year, that was the decision that the council made on May 21st. It's only December. It hasn't been another year, right? Now here we go. I wrote a note to the council, which you should have all received on, let's see if I can get this up here. On June 28th, hopefully you all received this. I said, many thanks again to the City Council for continuing your prior unanimous decision last February. In other words, last February, you also ordered my name be removed from the list, but he put it back on. Then you again ordered it to be removed from the list. My property is kind of like a bad penny. It keeps coming back. May I continue?
Yeah. Sure, continue.
And leaving my property removed from the county weed agent's list. The agent has the opportunity to instantiate the process anew on their May 2020 inspection should they see fit, as applies to all properties in the city. In my opinion, your decision is an excellent example of common sense prevailing at the city government. I also congratulate the council and city staff for your sense of proportion and quickly addressing the tall weeds abutting residential property wood fences along Rednart riparian corridor. Well, that has nothing to do with this meeting, so I won't talk about that. But you did do a very good job about getting those weeds behind this building removed. So what, I don't have a current picture of my property because I wasn't expecting this, but I did take I did look through my photographs, and here's a copy I took on July 17th, soon after the 4th of July. As you can see, there are very few, if any, weeds on the property. And I think Councilwoman Chow, where's Councilwoman Chow?
She had to recuse herself on this item.
On this item?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know why. The Councilwoman Chow asked that the I had kind of a wooden gate positioned alongside my utility trailer there, and Councilwoman Chow asked that I remove that, which I did. I was saving that wood because it was turned out it was it's original to the house, so it's from the 1950s, and it was construction, or it was Hart redwood, quarter sawn, which it turned out to be very good for some other projects I was working on. So anyway, that wood is removed, and I believe that was the only specific request that was made. That has been removed. There's, I have a very extensive garden, both in the backyard and in the front yard. So there's weeds coming and going all the time, and I'm pulling them and shredding them and throwing them away as needs be. But as you can see, there's not an unusual number of weeds on this property.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
So what I'm asking is that you remove my name from the list.
Right.
And just indicate to the weed abatement agent that he always has the option this May of re-inspecting the property, and if he has anything to say, then he can do that at the next opportunity, which for the May inspection that would be a year from now.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you. So, Madam City Attorney, can we discuss this? Is this a clerical error, or what? Why is the name still on there?
So I'm just going back over the minutes to confirm that. What I believe's happened is that it was at the actual hearing to declare the property a nuisance and to collect and to order the abatement to be done by the county, that it was removed from that list. Right. And so the county did not proceed with the abatement program from last year. That does not mean, I believe, that it would be removed from consideration by the city's program for this upcoming year, which is what this process is to begin. And my understanding is that that this list is based on properties that have been identified in past years, and so this is not, being on this list does not mean that the property will be declared a nuisance or there will not be further inspections. That determination will happen at the hearing that is being set today, and would be an opportunity for you to come back and protest. So what the city decided last year was not to move forward with the abatement program for last year, but what's happening now is we're now starting a new abatement cycle for this year. And so if you wanted to protest your house being, or your property being included on the list for this year, then the time to do that would be, could be now, but it would be at the hearing that's being set. And there will be further opportunities for you to clear the site or to protest the declaration of a nuisance from the site.
So if I understand, the county once you get on that list, how many years are you on that list?
3
You're
years.
3 years. So that's, I guess there's no way for the city to take someone off that list.
Yeah, and what the city did, I believe, was remove from the list of, of the actual abatement that the county was gonna do. You say, okay, we're not gonna order the county to abate your property last year, but the issue, the county still needs to confirm that the weeds have been abated in this upcoming year, which is the
Right.
process we're starting.
And the county would not abate it again if no weeds are found.
That's right.
You wouldn't be on the list for abatement anyway. But I guess we don't have the power to take you off that 3-year list.
I suppose the city could do it at this time and say that we don't want the county to look at this property any further for this upcoming year, but I would advise against that.
So what year is this? Is this the second or the third year?
I don't know for this property.
Okay.
Excuse me if I may interject.
Sure.
In last February was when you held the meeting, was to discuss whether the property should be on the list or not, right? That was from the inspection of the prior May. Last February, by unanimous decision, you ordered that it be removed from the list, completely removed from the list. This is not open to debate. This is on the record. So
So I thought we removed it from the list of properties that the county would go out and abate the weeds. Last year, but not the list that they maintain where they go out and see each year if they will abate the weeds.
my understanding is that in February, you asked that the agent completely remove the property from the weed abatement list because you had ruled that it complied with the weed abatement policies. However, you asked that the agent inspect the property again in the spring and come back to the council if he thought that it needed more work. And he did do that. Then I came to that meeting and showed you my evidence why it didn't need more work. You agreed with me and ordered him to remove the property from the list again. The issue of the actual abatement process was never reached, where he had ordered his men to come and remove anything from the property or do any work on the property. All of the topics that we've been discussing are whether my property should be on the list at all. And you've twice ordered it to be removed from the list, and now it has appeared back on the list. So I'm asking the council to simply order it removed from his list, and he always has the option. He'll be inspecting my property in May like he inspects every single property in the city, presumably. And if he wants to put it back on the list in May, he can do that. There's no downside to my proposal, and it's consistent with what the council has already ordered twice.
So, I mean,
I'd like to say something.
Sure, go.
So my understanding of this process, I've been doing this is, I'm guessing, my 9th year. At this time every year, we take the county's list, we put notice out to everybody. This is part of the cycle that runs through 2020. So this is next year, effectively, right? As with the text that you put up there, what it basically said was, you're getting relief for this last year. This is a new year. You're on the list for inspection purposes. If you weren't on the list now, we couldn't take action later. So this is part of a series of steps that we go through every year, and I would like to move this item. This is basic fairness. We can't treat everybody especially, and if they're on the list, we have a process for this.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that it's 2 lists. It's the lists,
Exactly.
the list that you get put on for inspection, and then the other list, which you got taken off of, is the list where the county would come in and abate the weeds for you. So.
And I've confirmed that it was the abatement list that council ordered
Right, the
removal
abatement
from.
list is what we ordered the removal from.
Well, I'd like to go on the record and provide my comment, and that is the houses in Rancho, specifically like this one, they're a mere 50 feet wide, and 20 feet of that is the driveway. That is it. This resident has had to come here 10 times now for something that is clearly not a fire hazard. If there's something that we can do to make his life easier, I think we should do it.
So should we do that for every resident in the city that wants to come and complain? I mean, really? Give me a break. That's not fair. How can that possibly be fair?
Having 35 feet and having to come to this meeting 10 times, is that fair? Think about it. Your house is so much bigger than 50 feet.
We're talking about weed abatement.
I mean, I'm torn here because I remember you showing us the pictures and explaining what each plant was, which was impressive. And it's clear that, I think one of the neighbors who complained not because of the weeds, but because of other, items on your property.
I'm not aware
And
of
that-
any neighbor complaint. There's been no evidence introduced of any neighbor complaint. No neighbor in my entire 35 years of living in Cupertino has ever complained to me about weeds or even mentioned weeds on my property.
No, I'm not talking about weeds. Well, we don't, these complaints are always confidential, but I thought that you had mentioned there was some issue with other items in your yard, not related to weeds.
Oh, well, I did receive a neighbor complaint one time about birds. Would you like to hear about that?
No, that's fine.
A neighbor complained that the birds that were landing in my tree when were flying over her car.
Anyway, I mean, personally, I think, we should let this run the cycle. If the weeds are abated, your house will be off the list and not be put back on in 1 year. And so
I do think we need to vote on the total item that's in front of us. Unfortunately, I think it's not making our resident, happy, and I think that's very unfortunate. So,
I'll just let me second and make my comment. I think it would behoove everyone to go back to the 8-point list and read it. I think there's a bit of a lack of transparency as to step one right now, because essentially step one is county goes out, makes an inspection, determines which properties are going to be on this list. And there are some that are carried over from being on the list for a set number of years, but then there are some apparently that are added to the list. So we don't really have transparency as to why particular properties were added or when they were added. And I think it would be really useful to be able to get some feedback from county as to when they made the inspection, what they're looking for, and just get a little bit more granular detail, because I am sympathetic with your situation, sir, but I think that we really don't have any kind of basis to remove your property from the list right now, because we just don't know when county looked at it, what they were looking at, why they made that determination. Because based upon what we're looking at here, it looks like that they went out there sometime, and it's a really broad swath. It's sometime between June and November. They looked at it and went, we're going to put this on the initial list. The actual list where we would then declare a nuisance after that meeting would be on January 21st. Right now, this is a preliminary step. So I just don't see where we have a basis of removing any particular parcel, especially given that the fact that the county representative is not here tonight. So for that reason, I would second and recommend that you come back. And hopefully, our staff can reach out to the county weed abatement program and hopefully try to get some more clarification. And I would hope the ability for particular residents to reach out and speak to the relevant people of the county as to how this came about.
Well, there's one complication with your plan, and that is that I will be out of town the last part of January. So in that case, if you want to proceed along that path, I move that that meeting be deferred until the middle of February.
Well, I don't know if we can do that with regard to the various codes that control, but what I can say is that I would recommend, corresponding with us at City
Right,
Council.
just submit
over
something in
email.
writing that details this.
Right, and then we can take that under advisement if we're not able to move it. But, again, I would like, our staff to be able to coordinate.
Well,
some
I'd
kind
like
of-
to be able to question the weed abatement officer in person.
Have we closed public comment on this?
Yeah, so, I mean, technically, you shouldn't even be on that list for abatement in January because they won't find any issues. But, yeah, we can't be sure. But, yeah, I would suggest you send some correspondence, and it's true you would not be able to confront him at that point. But as I recall, last time, there was not a lot he could do at the meeting, actually. And then we did vote to remove your property from the list that would require that the county abate it.
As you wish, Mayor.
All right, thank you. So should we, anyone want to move item 4?
Councilmember Singh, sorry.
Okay,
I seconded it.
second, okay, please vote.
And the motion carries with Chow recusing.
Okay, so.
And Councilman Paul, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Councilmember Willis.
So, Councilmember Chow can return if she's out in the lobby. Oh, welcome back.
So is item number 5 already taken off? Have we already?
That
Yes.
happened
voted
on
that?
your first
Yeah.
vote, yes.
Okay, I just don't recall a vote to remove item number 5. Can we know who the alternate is that will be filled in?
Yes. Your Bicycle Pedestrian Commission alternate is Longo Ganga.
Okay.
And if he doesn't accept, who is the
The
next
second
one?
person is Will Flewelling.
Okay, because I note that Alongo Gonga is currently on another commission. I don't
This
know
is
if
true,
he
so if
wishes
he
to
chooses
move.
to move, there would be a vacancy on that commission, in which case there is an alternate to fill that one as well.
Okay, I see.
One question. I had heard that a commissioner could serve on more than one commission at a time. I heard this from, I believe it was previous Councilman Patrick Walk.
That's not my understanding.
I've never heard of that.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Okay.
True, though, Tech Commission and Bike Ped do not have overlapping responsibilities. So I don't know.
This can be something I can look into. if you'd
Right,
like me to.
okay, thank you. We are on to item 9. Consider an out-of-cycle community funding grant for West Valley
What
Community.
happened to 7 and 8?
Oh, wait, did I miss? Oh, sorry, right, I was reading this wrong. Okay, yeah, we're on to item 7, the public hearing for the municipal code amendments to chapter 19.80 to clarify development standards in the planned development P zoning districts application number MCA 2019-005. Do we have a staff report on this?
We do. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members, and congratulations again to the Mayor and Vice Mayor, and thank you for our former Vice Mayor for your service as well. My name is Ben Fu, Director of Community Development. With me today, we have Pugh Ghosh, the Planning Manager, who will be conducting a short presentation for you, and will be available to answer questions as well. This item is part of the work program as directed by City Council to provide some clarification on the objective standards within our city's general plan and muni code. This intent of this item is to address development standards in P zones. These are specifically identified for example, residential uses that with the P mixed-use districts to provide some clarification on the underlying requirements. With that, I will hand it over for Pew for a more detailed presentation, and we're here available for questions as well. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council.
I think Ben's already introduced the item, so I'll jump right in. This is part of the current City Council work program, which is to clarify objective standards in the general plan and the municipal code. There were areas identified by staff and the City Attorney's Office, and there were items that were identified by council members, planning commissioners, and the public over the summer, which the council heard in September and October. On October 1st, the council directed staff to commence clarifications that were identified in phase 1. There were some amendments that were proposed in the general plan, and then there were some amendments that were proposed in the municipal code, particularly development standards in the P zoning districts. The items in the related to the general plan are going to be presented at a later time, since there are certain technical issues with coming up with those. The Planning Commission heard the recommendation at its meeting on November 12th and recommended adoption of the draft ordinance on a 302 vote, and I'll go over the recommendation right now. The city's zoning map has something called planned development zoning districts, which in essence are anything that has a P in front of the zoning designation itself. It allows for flexibility in the development of standards. The P is the planned development zoning district, and then there are referenced zoning categories within the parentheses. The planned development zoning district also requires the adoption of conceptual development plans, which are developed during rezoning to be a P district. In addition, once you're rezoned to be a P zoning district, a project comes in with a definitive plan to actually identify the standards that would be applicable to that particular project at that particular site. The proposed amendments are in line with our adopted general plan. Most future development is anticipated as mixed-use multifamily developments, and there are many policies within the land use element that support this concept. The proposed amendments can be, in essence, there are no changes that are being proposed to the allowed uses in the P zoning district. All we're trying to do is clarify the development standards in the P zoning districts, and it includes some minor corrections and clarifications as well. For non-residential projects that do not include any housing units, there is no change to the way that projects are reviewed. The development standards would continue to be established via the adoption of conceptual and definitive plans as proposed by the applicant and reviewed and approved by the city. For residential and mixed-use residential projects, that is where the change is being proposed. Projects may develop without the adoption of definitive plans, but if desired, definitive plans may also be applied for by an applicant. The proposed project must meet the existing standards in the adopted specific plans or conceptual zoning plans and other plans that the city has already adopted for that particular property. However, if a project comes in without a definitive plan, the project must meet the R3 zoning standards for the residential portions and any other standards that are applicable for the other reference zoning designations. If the standards conflict, then the most restrictive standard would apply. For example, in a PCG res zoning district, the residential portion would have to follow the R3 standards, the commercial portion would have to follow the CG standards, and once again, to reiterate, if there are any conflicts, the most restrictive standard would apply. Staff also reviewed to see whether the proposed amendments will impede the city's ability to develop its regional housing needs allocation as anticipated by the housing element. But it found that amendments would continue to allow development of properties without the approval of definitive plans as long as they meet existing zoning standards that are established in the municipal code. And in addition, residential and mixed-use projects could continue to propose definitive plans if they so desired, as is currently the norm in P zoning districts. There is a third addendum that the city prepared, which found that the proposed amendments do not significantly change conditions identified in the 2014 EIR, and no effect on the final EIR analysis or conclusions have occurred as a result of these proposed amendments, and the impacts remain less than significant. With that, staff recommends, and the Planning Commission does too, that the City Council conduct the first reading of the proposed ordinance adopting the third addendum to the 2014 General Plan EIR and amendments to Chapter 19.80 of the Municipal Code. And with that, I end my presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you. Council member questions? There are no comment cards or from the public. Darcy?
So if you didn't have to use planning jargon and you were trying to, communicate this to a member of the public, what is being done here?
Good question.
Thank you.
So when we looked at our general plan and our zoning maps, we found that in many cases, the general plan allowed residential uses. And a lot of our zoning is P development standards, but there are no specific P development standards. P meaning the Planned Development Zoning District, because it allows flexibility. So flexibility is great when the city has the ability to require certain standards as a discretion. However, with the slew of state bills that are coming forward, which say that we have to have objective standards in place for streamlined projects and other projects, that come in within these, within the city, we found that the city has the ability to tighten up the standards that could be applicable to these areas. And as a result, staff felt that there was this area where we could tighten up. And that is what is being proposed right now. The example that I use is, for example, there are certain P zoning districts where we have certain objective standards but are missing, I hate to use the word missing, but there are none specified, for example, for private open space. So if you do come in with a residential project, there may not be a specific standard for private open space, for a balcony or things like that. But with this, if we do require objectively that a project has to meet the R3 standards, there are standards in the R3 zoning district for private open space. That's just one example.
Okay. So is it fair to say that we're taking any designation of P and redesignating it to something else so that objective standards are now present in those areas?
No, we're allowing an option in a sense. You could consider it in that frame. So right now, when a project comes in, as of December 31st, if a project came in, the city could review it and say, you don't have a balcony, for example, for this particular housing unit. Provide the balcony, and we'd like it to be, an arbitrary number, 250 square feet, for example. But come January 1st, we may not have the ability to say that. And in order to at least have some minimum standards that a project must meet, all we're trying to allow is the opportunity for projects that could potentially come in under new state law to be able to point to something and say you at a minimum have to meet this particular standard.
Okay, so in those areas where you're adjusting the designations where there's a P, are you adding particular standards? Are you expanding?
I think our city attorney would like to
or are
speak.
you replacing?
So let me try to say we're not rezoning any properties. So the P zoning will stay the same on all the zoning maps and all the properties. What we're simply saying is that the code now says that if you have a P zoning, then the standards have to be set by a definitive plan that's approved discretionarily by the city. And what we're saying is that with these amendments is that if you have a P zoning and there's a residential project or a mixed-use project that comes through, you still have the option to propose flexible development standards through a definitive plan that the city would have the discretion to approve. But if there isn't that discretionary approval process, then the default is the standards for multifamily housing that are set in the R3 zone, or the standards for the other referenced zone, for instance, for the commercials. So it's not changing the zoning, it's just saying that these are the default standards if standards haven't been set some other way.
You're adding another layer. Okay, I actually followed all of that, and hopefully that was clear as well to the public. But thank you for that explanation. We're not changing the zoning. We're basically adding an administrative check, I guess, with regard to those situations in which we find ourselves not having discretion to, make these, particular decisions, but we do have default sets of standards in those particular situations.
That's correct.
All right, thanks.
Okay, yeah, that was very helpful to get the non-technical explanation, not just for the public, but for us up here as well. Okay.
Next time they can test it on me.
Okay.
I read it, but I didn't.
So,
Yeah, let's finish. I got one card afterwards, but we'll wait until we're done discussing. So,
okay, so
Councilmember Chow.
I hope, I think Heather explained to me earlier, if you look at our zoning map, there we have P-Res and other CG. Res doesn't have a zoning code associated with it, but R3 has it. So we are trying to fix a hole, kind of, because right now any place that's marked P-Res doesn't have any standard that we can even apply. So we're not really adding a layer, it's like fixing, we don't want to make another res standard, right? But then so they are making a simpler change that say if P-Res, that's just comply with all the R3 standards. Yeah. There are a lot, so there are a lot of terms in the municipal code that took me a while to understand from Heather. There is conceptual plan, definitive plan, specific plan, and so I'm a little confused by one of the slides. I think it says definitive plan may, I think it's this one. Under residential and mixed-use res projects may develop without adoption of definitive plans, but if desired, definitive plans to be approved by the city may be proposed. So my understanding from reading the code, definitive plan is required. So I'm confused. Here we say it may.
So
if it's may, no one would submit it. Why do we even?
So it allows, that is what the standard is right now. People come in, they can propose a definitive plan with flexible standards. If they're just coming in with a project that meets all of our objective standards, and if it qualifies to be approved without any discretionary review, it just allows somebody to say, you know what, I'm going to build this project, I'm going to meet all the R3 requirements, and that's it. It's setting the base for any project that comes in. So, but if they want to build a different product and they want to have slightly different standards, it still allows an applicant to do that, but then the city has some discretion over that.
Right, so that bullet should have had maybe a little more saying, if they meet if they meet the standards, then they can develop it without the adoption of the definitive plan.
Correct.
Okay, I still don't understand. Let's say two cases. One case is normal project with the city's approval, discretionary approval. Another is possibly streamlined project, right? So for the discretionary approval, is the definitive plan required or not?
Either way, I guess either way,
it's optional.
So
then why would anyone submit
when
a plan?
The plan comes in, when an applicant submits a plan, that becomes the definitive plan. I guess the process is a little different. If someone comes in with a compliant plan that meets all the R3 regulations, in essence, we could point to that and say that is their definitive plan as proposed.
Wait,
but
a project proposal which has all these plans set.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not definitive plan, right? Or
It's-
what exactly is definitive plan? I'm confused.
So the definitive
Is that project
plan
proposal
is-
also?
So I guess it's a subset of sorts. So if they're wishing to apply flexible standards for their project, then that discretionary approval of that plan, then that plan is a definitive plan. The definitive plan is what we would look to make sure they meet these setbacks, whether, that's 20 feet or 15 feet. It's just what they're defining their standards to be in that plan set.
But wouldn't we do that for a project plan set without definitive plan? We would do all this check also, right?
Correct. So that's why I said, it's just a definition for purposes of distinguishing between the base zoning, which is the R3 zoning, and the flexible zoning, which is the which might be proposed, which the city has discretion over. So it's just a semantics in terms of how.
I'm still confused. You say if the developer wish to have flexible standards, they should submit definitive plan.
Correct.
What do you mean by
it's the same plan
standard?
Set. It would be the same. It would be a plan set.
Can you give an example of flexible standards?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you give an example of what are flexible standards that developer can choose to have or not have?
For example, I'm trying to think the best example. Side setbacks, I'm just using another one. Let's say R3 has a certain side setback, and the developer says, you know what, there's a park next door to my property, and instead of the full, the 25 feet side setback that I'm required to provide, I propose that I now have a 15-foot side setback, for example. And so that is the flexibility that the developer is asking for, and if it makes that project work better, and the interaction between the park and that project work better, then the city could potentially consider that. So then that difference in standard would just be reflected on the plans, and that would be the definitive plan.
So you mean definitive plan is a collection of exceptions they are requesting that goes beyond the current standard, right? Because if it's 30 feet, they are requesting 15, that's an exception. So that's the purpose of definitive plan?
Can I clarify something right now?
I'm confused.
The way the city's general plan and the city's zoning code now says that on all of the P zones, we want flexible standard. We're not going to have any set standard. We want those to be proposed by the developer, and the city will consider them one project at a time. So the current code now is set up so that there aren't necessarily specified development standards for all these P-zone properties. So that's the state right now, that there's not specified standards for those P-zone properties.
So currently, we do have setback standards in the general plan, like for the arterial street.
I should say, unless it's in the general plan, yes.
And the heart of the city specific plan.
Or other specific plans, that's right.
So if that standard is set, it still has to be complied with. The definitive plan cannot make that flexible.
Yes, thank you for putting a finer point on that. That's correct. That the definitive
Then,
plan would still need to be consistent with any specific plan in general.
Then what standards are flexible? I'm confused because that's your example was there could be a 30 feet setback requirement that will be flexible. They can change that to 15. Where is that standard that they could make it flexible? If it's not in the general plan, not in the specific plan, where in our code such standard will be flexible?
That's the point, is that there isn't a standard specified currently. So there are, for instance, the private open space, that in R3 zones, we have a standard for private open space. In P zones, unless there's a specific plan that sets the standard for private open space, there isn't a private open space standard. And so instead, the P zone says all those more detailed standards would be set through the proposed definitive plan that sets the standard for the site. What we're simply saying now is that the default is the R3, the multifamily standards. But if you want to deviate from those standards, you could submit a definitive plan proposal that has different standards.
Right.
That
And the
part-
city will consider that through a discretionary process.
Right, but we're not forced to, right, we would consider it, so we're putting in the, we're basically closing what could be something that could be taken advantage of by a property owner based on the new state laws that are coming into effect.
That part I understand that, like private open space, there were no standards under PRES currently, and then the current code, definitive plan could set standards for that. However, I still don't understand which part in our code that any standard is considered flexible. That means there is a certain standard, but that standard can be changed. Do we have anything like that?
So let me maybe help understand that. So for example, if you have property that's zoned P-res, it depends on the type of product that you're proposing. So if a developer comes in and says, I want to build townhomes here on this property, we would probably look to our R2 or our look to certain standards to see which part would work best for this property for the project proposed. However, if they come in with attached multifamily, like an apartment building, we would look to R3 for the standards to begin with, but we don't necessarily hold them to those R3 standards. Any and all standards within the R3 zoning district, that's just the base, and then things could be reduced or increased depending on what works best for that project.
So that's right now.
Yes.
I mean, right now there is, but then that means right now there is no standard.
Correct.
Right.
So there is no flexible, there is nothing, does it exist anything that's
completely
It could be
flexible?
zero. The setbacks could be
So
zero.
we have is fixed standard in specific plan and general plan and no standard, just these two. We don't have a
Yes,
standard that's flexible.
I think
as I'm
if
very
that's your
confused.
point, I think everyone stipulates to that. Flexible is kind of a polite way in this kind of whatever you want to call it world, way of saying standardless, right? And now that we have, for better or for worse, a number of, forces converging to create a situation where we're in a less polite world, we're talking about possibly flexible standards, but really there's just a situation where there are no objective standards. So, typically a developer that really isn't trying to push to the very limit of the edge of, what they can do under the complete black letter of the law would try to work with us, would try to work with our staff and say, hey, look, let's be reasonable here. But, if you have someone that says, well, I got you, there's nothing here, so I can just do this and that and that. And so, it becomes still a polite description, but yes, you are essentially correct. It is standardless. And so the whole point of this exercise is to make a reference to standards in those areas where we don't have standards.
Good. So I'm still trying to understand, when is definitive plan required for a project proposal?
So as written, from a definition perspective, it's required when you are proposing standards other than the base standard.
But we have a base standards right now, so there is no need to even have definitive plan.
So we are establishing the base standards, yes, with this amendment, but we are still allowing the opportunity to have other standards for different products. For example, the R3 standards are really for attached multifamily housing, but if someone comes in with a row house development or a townhouse development or a small lot single family development, the setbacks between properties on the site could be different. Because if they propose certain property lines around those small lot single families, they may not be able to meet the side setback or other things. There could be reduced setbacks between their own properties, the properties that they themselves are developing. So those are the things that would all be reviewed and approved as part of that definitive plan and as part of that a discretionary process.
And to be clear, the amendments also say that you still have to comply with any general plan or specific plan standard that's already been set. So it's just where there's standards missing in those plans.
So right with this amendment, the new project will have to, that's currently zoned P-RES, will have to comply with current standard for R3 right now. But then they can choose just to use that standard and not submit a definitive plan. But then they can choose to submit one that has more relaxed standard than R3, and then it's the city's discretion to whether to approve them or not.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, exactly.
It would depend on the product type.
Someone won't be able to claim because the definitive plan is discretionary. They get to do whatever they want. They don't have to comply with the base standard.
I'll defer to the city attorney.
Yeah, we've written it that you have to comply with any approved plans and approved definitive plans and the default zoning. And then people have the option to, if a project comes in and wants to request a definitive plan, they can. But the default zoning is what's there.
So the council would have to approve that then?
Right, and
Okay.
Under SB 35, you would have to comply with the default zoning.
Right, that's right, you'd have to comply with the default zoning, whereas now
Or the
it doesn't.
default standards, I should say.
Where now,
Yeah.
it doesn't exist in some cases. Okay, I have one speaker card, Jennifer.
Yes, I apologize, Mayor. You guys were too fast for me, especially since we weren't doing these initially. Yes, Brave New World, it's more like a non-polite world. Thank you, actually, staff, thank you for explaining that. While I was sitting there, I've been kind of a little bit confused about this, but I did remember long time back that the PD or plan development was not as tightly crafted as residential was. I mean, we're going back 10 years. And it sounds like we've had to tighten up everything because the onslaught storm is coming and it's SB 35. The other thing I wanted to bring up is, which I had been looking at AB 68 and 69, you talk about Brave New World. I don't know if a lot of people realize that these were Mr. Ting or Mr. Chu's ADU granny unit bills, accessory dwelling unit bills, which were signed by our governor several months ago. They actually allow ADU units in apartment complexes. Now, that just blew me out of the water when I read that. So I'm assuming R3 is apartment complex. I think I wrote a letter to the city council when I found that information. I'm assuming that 68 and 69 become legal in January. This is the type of onslaught that we're going to have to ferry ourselves through due to the lack of judgment of our governor signing this bill. Now, maybe 68 and 69 was a good intent, but no way should you be putting ADUs in apartment complexes. That is, I have no idea why that was even put in there, but how does that affect what we're talking about in this? Okay, so, that's the law in January. Junior ADUs have no bathrooms. So you will allow developers to take apartment complexes that actually exist now. Shadow Oaks, the Fountain, well, that's San Jose, that's their problem. Apartment complexes in Cupertino could have ADUs put in them, and junior ADUs have no bathrooms. So what are we creating here? Can we tighten this code up? This is the road we're going down, that we're being forced to go down. But I just, in my mind, how can you even put an ADU in an apartment complex? Who owns it? Who gets to rent it?
This is the type of strange logic that are in these bills. But yes, if you could discuss that, I would appreciate it. But believe me, where do you put it? In the carports, in the swimming pool? I don't have a clue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Okay, so bring it back to council. Is there any more discussion?
The question that I would still ask is, if there was a 8-acre site in a P-res designation, and now, great, the R3 puts the objective standards in it. If the developer were to then say, I'm going to do an SB 35, are we sure that the SB 35 isn't going to negate that R3 designation?
Since that would be the city's objective standard, they would have to comply with it.
Correct. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the whole, one of the purposes is to fix that issue.
Okay, one more question. So on the SB 35, with the concessions that they claim, are the concessions going to be able to override the objective standards in the R3?
The short answer to that is yes. So this does nothing for state density bonus law. That is a separate piece of legislation that overrides any zoning standards that a city has, as long as the developer provides the appropriate level of affordable housing in order to be able to request that particular incentive or concession.
But even it were not SB 35, even it were just density bonus, if they would apply density bonus, so they are entitled for 1 or 2 or 3 concessions, and plus a limited number of waivers if they can prove that physically the project wouldn't fit without those waivers. So that means for density bonus project, they don't have to comply with anything. None of the R3 standards would apply.
That is correct, though there is a limited number of incentives and concessions that they may request.
But the waivers are unlimited number,
correct. Right? And that is a state law thing. That is not something the cities dictate.
But they have to prove physically that's required to. Without the waiver, they cannot feed the project.
Correct.
Okay.
I just wanted to follow up on the member of the public, Jennifer's questions on AB 68 and AB 69. Does the city attorney's office or staff have a sense of the junior ADU issue?
Yeah, we're currently working to update the city's ADU ordinance to comply with state law, and under the new state laws, there's the city's required to bring its ordinance into compliance whether that's before the end of the year or after the end of the year. There's not like a ticking clock there on that as far as.
There's not? I heard that we had to be in compliance by the first year.
Yes, we need to be in compliance. The point is that there's not necessarily an opportunity to avoid those state mandates if you do something earlier than the end of the year. What we're working on is to bring the city's ordinance into compliance as soon as possible, and then to also identify those opportunities that the city has to provide regulations within the flexibility that's allowed it under this new state law. And so that will be coming to council very soon.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Well, I got the sense from the speaker that the concern was that there would be added density upon something like an R3 or apartment complex, and that the ADU and junior ADU statutes could be invoked in order to have these very kind of strange results of having, ADU units without bathrooms inside of an apartment complex, and,
So,
what's the sense of that?
The speaker is correct. Junior ADUs can't speak. Junior ADUs do not have to provide full bathrooms. However, they do have to provide, they can provide them as shared bathroom facilities. However, junior ADUs are also only allowed in single-family homes.
Okay.
But ADUs are allowed in multifamily homes, and those do have to have full sanitation facilities.
And to clarify, junior ADUs are ones that are inside.
Correct.
The main structure.
Right.
Not standalone.
Not standalone, correct. And they
Okay,
have-
so that wouldn't apply to an apartment complex for junior ADUs?
That is my
but for-
understanding at this point, that it does not apply to apartment
Okay.
complexes.
And do we have a sense of when we're going to be bringing that back to council with regard to
We're-
the ADU, municipal code
We're hoping
changes?
to be here at council in late winter, so like February.
Okay.
Is what we're thinking.
So we're not going to be out of compliance with state if we make those adjustments after the calendar year?
We
ends?
have to comply either way.
And the issue is that if an ADU proposal comes in before our ordinance is adopted, it must comply with the state standards.
Okay.
Or the state standards, which our ordinance must conform to anyway, so.
Right, okay. Okay, so we're going to adjust our ordinance to become in conformance with state requirements, but the state requirements still control until that point.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Just to clarify, so JADU, junior ADU, does still require some bathroom, at least a shared,
Yes,
right?
shared, yeah.
So
it could be a
JADU without any bathroom is not allowed.
Correct.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Right, and the junior ADU is part of the house. It's not a separate structure.
Correct. It's essentially allowing a person to rent out a bedroom in their house, in essence, as long as it has a kitchen and it has to meet certain standards.
Right.
It doesn't need to have separate entrance.
I don't believe so. It needs to have an entrance, but it could be through the same entrance and then have its own little thing.
And I will say we'll have a larger discussion about ADUs when that comes back, and just want to pull it back to how this relates to our planned development zones.
I still have some confusion about some terms, but Rod hasn't spoken. Maybe, do you have anything?
No, I mean, I appreciated Darcy's question a lot because I had the same question during my staff presentation, but I'm on board with this fundamentally. It makes sense to be clear, not have ambiguities. We've had nobody from the development community come tonight and say, no, you can't, you shouldn't. So, I mean, I think, I know we may all have a lot of questions, but at least for me, I think I'm supportive of clarity here, so, for what it's worth.
Okay, so first, the conceptual plan. I know that there is a conceptual development plan. If a parcel wants to rezone to P zone, plan development zoning, they are required to submit a conceptual plan for us to review and decide if we want to rezone. However, for the sites that the city have already zoned the P zoning, some of them don't have conceptual plan. So which part of the city do we have, the P zoning has conceptual plan, which doesn't?
So the city has conceptual plans for South De Anza, which is the portion kind of on both sides of De Anza between Bollinger and I want to say Sunrise. There is the South De Anza conceptual plan that exists there. We have the North De Anza conceptual plan, which is roughly between Alves and 280 on the west side of De Anza. We have the conceptual zoning plan on I think it's called the Saratoga Sunnyvale, South Saratoga Sunnyvale conceptual plan, which is roughly between 85 and Prospect. Those are the three conceptual plans that I can think of right off the top of my head. But then we do have other areas in the city where we do not have conceptual plans for P zones. For example, Tinton Market at the corner of Blaney and Bollinger. There is no conceptual plan for that site. So there's certain sites, standalone sites like that, which maybe comprise of 3 or 4 properties.
Okay, so conceptual plans what exactly is the content? So we have definitive plan, conceptual plan. Is there a definition somewhere? I mean, for a common person reading our municipal code, where can they find definition of here is a conceptual plan, what should be the content? Here is a definitive plan, what should be the content?
There is not. It is part of the process of application and review. A conceptual plan, in essence, can encompass one property all the way to many properties. Does not go as far as a specific plan goes, because a specific plan under state law is mandated to have certain pieces incorporated into it, including infrastructure, funding, and other requirements in it. But a conceptual plan is a little less. It has fewer requirements. So, but the conceptual plan is, it has standards and it has policy. For example, the South De Anza conceptual plan, the city envisioned that it would mostly be commercial and office uses in that area. And so it has standards for commercial and office buildings, but it doesn't necessarily address residential developments. And so there are certain, so this kind of is trying to address that issue, that there aren't any residential standards in that conceptual plan. But if residential development does come in, then there is some default.
So conceptual plan is also objective standards
It could have objective standards in it, yes.
Can you just give a very brief overview of how conceptual plans are enacted? Are they done by resolution? Are they done by our staff?
They're
Are they in
done
the
by
ordinance?
resolution. They still have, it's discretionary review, because it is part of, it's essentially rezoning the property to establish those standards.
Okay, and what's the process for arriving at a conceptual plan for our city? Does it go through the planning commission and then go to the city council?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the process?
Correct, that
Okay.
is the process.
And how does that get initiated?
The developer could come in and say that, or the city could initiate it to say, for example, we have, in our general plan, we have all the entire homestead area, and there is a policy or strategy in there that talks about creating some sort of a plan for the homestead area.
Okay.
And so similarly, another of the objective standard work program items that we identified was expansion of the North De Anza conceptual plan to encompass the eastern side of De Anza, which is not part of that plan right now.
Okay, and if someone were to pull up the applicable, if any, section of our municipal code, would they be able to find a conceptual plan defined and this process that you're describing described within the code?
It is within this code. It
Okay.
talks about how the conceptual plan is applied for and reviewed.
I'm sorry,
But
which code?
that's
It's part of chapter 19.80.
Oh, got it, okay.
But that's only if a site is to be rezoned. That's
It's, I think it's
so if
zoning.
for a site that's currently zoned P zoning, what's the process to propose a conceptual plan? Like the current North De Anza conceptual plan, who initiated it? The city or the property owner?
The existing North De Anza plan, the city did at that point back in the 1970s.
So the city can initiate that.
Correct.
Developer can, the property owner can initiate that too.
Yes. And
Okay.
so the code has actually been clarified. So it talks about pre-zoning, rezoning, or establishment of zoning to a P zoning district. And that's how you would apply for a conceptual plan.
That part I understand. It's the site that's currently existing P zoning, how conceptual plan could be proposed. So
It would
you are
be the same
talking
way.
about, and we will be looking at maybe adopting more conceptual plans for those P zoning, P zones that are not, that currently do not have conceptual plan.
Correct. If the city desires that, then they could certainly initiate that.
Okay. And then another thing, the definitive plans, I think the last part of the municipal code, I spoke to Heather about that. The very last paragraph, it was very hard for me, a common person, to understand. So it reads, prior to any development within a planned development zoning district, the applicant must obtain a development permit and a required or requested definitive plan approving the development pursuant to the requirements of Chapter 19.156. So for me, I can understand obtaining a development permit from the city, but I was confused with how would they obtain a definitive plan from the city if they are proposing a project. So we tried to rephrase that.
Yeah, and so the clarification was to have the sentence read, prior to any development within a planned development zoning district, the applicant must obtain a development permit approving the development and approval of a required or requested definitive plan pursuant to the requirements of Chapter 19.156. And so this is simply a slight rewording of that sentence, which doesn't change the staff's proposal, and staff agrees with that rewording to clarify it.
I think you missed an original phrase. So the original code reads, the applicant must obtain a development permit approving the development pursuant to something. And the rephrase, the approving the development.
And then it would say, comma, and approval of a required or requested plan, comma, pursuant to the requirements of Chapter 19.156. So that.
So you do have okay. So applicant must obtain a development permit approving the development.
Yes.
That's as it was before.
Yes.
And then we are adding the definitive plan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is there any way to put the language up on the
Yes,
overhead
sure.
for just maybe 10 seconds so we
Yes.
can take a look at it? And we being the public as well.
Can you zone out, or do I do that? Sorry.
Yeah, you got it.
Too much.
Oh, I see, I do have. Thank you, Ben. And now you can all see how poor my handwriting is.
So noted. Stipulated.
Yeah.
Next time I'll be on warning that it might be on an overhead.
Okay. Okay. Got it. All right. So you're basically getting rid of your first red line.
We're just moving it.
Right. Right. Exactly. And Councilmember
adding
Chao is
the
correct.
approval.
Yeah. Right. It was confusing. Right. Because that made it sound like the city was giving the developer a definitive plan, which of course is not happening. Okay. And just to clarify, your writing states and approval
Of a required or requested definitive plan.
definitive plan. Okay. Great.
So definitive plan is also another term that I couldn't quite find the definition. So how would a project applicant be able to figure out what they need to do, what they could get even from a definitive plan? Maybe they would like to have that, but they don't. I can see from the code the purpose of that. Can we possibly clarify it, maybe through a staff
It would
clarification?
So Chapter 19.12, which is the administration chapter, includes the requirements for application for plans, in essence. It doesn't necessarily include the word definitive plan, but you could call it a term of art for purposes of this use here, to signify, to kind of identify what is considered a discretionary approval of standards that are other than the base standard. So it would just be shown on the plans. It would just show, we're proposing 10 feet and 15 feet. It would just be the plan set. That would be the plan.
So definitive plan, we are not expecting a separate document.
No.
It's part of the project application.
Correct. It is the plan set.
It is the
and the project description
plan
if there is
set.
one. Yes.
How long, to your knowledge, have we been using this terminology internally for
Since
definitive
this
plan?
code's been here, I think it was first adopted in the 80s, I think.
Okay.
So maybe the early 90s.
I mean, but something like conceptual plan or specific plan, those show up in the code, but definitive plan is really just jargon for, you know, a set of plans that aren't necessarily compliant with everything that we're, or
Right, it's
kind
not an
of comes up
official
with-
term, I
right.
guess.
It's a term of art, honestly. It's
Okay.
not really a defined term in the code, as much as saying that it's the plan set that you provide us will be called, is the definitive plan.
Well, I mean,
It's the
yeah.
plan set that provides the, it's the.
Right.
Developer
Right.
Right.
So really, it should be kind of called self-defined plan as opposed to, it's definitive in the sense that something's being.
Or just the plan.
Well, for example, the conceptual plan could say that the minimum setback is 20 feet, and the developer could come in with the definitive plan and say, I'm not proposing a 30-foot setback instead. So it's just the plans. It's the plans that they propose. So it's just defining the standards for that development for that property.
Kind of like the Westport project, the first page or second page has this summary of here is a height limit that we are requesting 75 feet, not 45, and here are the concession they want to. So that's kind of their definitive plan.
It's just the site plan. It's nothing special. It is.
But the site plan is very detailed. It has like a floor plan for every floor. Is that what we expect in a definitive plan?
Yes, it is the plan set that we would hold the developer accountable to when they come in with building permits. That's what we're going to look to and say, hey, you told us you were going to put 30 feet here. You got to fix your building plans.
So it is the project plan.
It is the project plans, yes. It's just a term of art to call it a definitive plan.
So it's defined in chapter 19.12, but that chapter doesn't use this term.
Correct.
Is it possible that we make this consistent so that a common person reading our code wouldn't be so confused?
Absolutely, we could say the project plans.
Right, I think we're fixating on this because we're thinking of specific plan and thinking that definitive plan is some official term when it really isn't.
I thought it's like a version of conceptual plan that's more
if that's the
subset.
And we had discussed that there could be an administrative clarification that the community development director would
Maybe just
put
call
out
it
that
a
says-
project plan.
that says that the definitive plan is the project plans that provide, you know, the
Could
standards
we handle
for the
these
site.
kind of details in a
Right,
second reading?
exactly.
Or
No, but
No.
that's why I'm
'Cause
suggesting
we would
an
have to modify it
administrative
before the
clarification.
second. Then we have to do a new first reading if we did that.
Okay.
But I think it's fine the way it is.
Yeah, we just
personally.
need some clarification somewhere. It doesn't have to be in this chapter.
I mean, it's a great point. I mean, you know, the way that the language was used, definitive plan was used within your presentation, it made it sound like it's a floating definition, right? I mean, it's kind of like, well, you know, in those instances where there aren't really objective standards, you know, to begin with, the definitive plan is used to kind of define, you know, the standards that the developer is kind of self-imposing. And so, you know, it could be an artifact of a time when things were a little bit more flexible, right? Things were a little bit more polite. But yeah, I think it's a good point. You know, and maybe if we're really kind of defining out what we mean by particular standards, using a term like this might be, you know, something that we would re-examine as well.
I also kind of afraid when we don't define a term, someone will come in and say, you didn't define it, so we are going to use this definition from this other state building code or this other state law. And we won't be able to say, oh, that's not what we meant.
Right.
So what we can do is possibly in our application form, kind of have that administratively set out, that the definitive plan comprises of all the plans that are, you know, required for any project plan set. We can certainly do that, just to clarify, as clarification.
Yeah.
And as long as it's published, we can point to it and require applicants to comply.
Or if it continues to create confusion, because unfortunately definitive has a different meaning also.
Right.
So it has an implication when you put it with plan.
Exactly.
So maybe we
staff could make some administrative adjustments and just change it for clarification.
Or can we just not use the term here? Is it possible we just don't say definitive plan here? We just say plan, project plan.
That's something that staff could change administratively. We don't have to.
No,
Oh, not
not
in the
right
code.
now, right? It's okay, we can consider for the future for clarification.
Right, yeah, I mean, right now, I mean,
If
we need to
wanted
do
go
this
for
today so
line
we
for
can do
line,
the
we could
second.
do that.
No.
We need to do the first reading today and the
that's
second reading in
okay.
2 weeks.
No,
and
this has
then
been, this has
we're
been
out of
really
time.
educational. I mean, I think we might have further discussion, but at this point, I'd really like to request that the city clerk conduct the first reading of ordinance number
Yes,
19.
thank
Maybe
you.
one last
What?
question, and that is, you know, it all sounds pretty good, the discussion that we just had. I still get a little bit concerned, the SB 35 ministerial approval as opposed to these definitive plan, you know, and the city's participation in that versus SB 35 ministerial approval. Is the SB 35 ministerial approval going to make some of this mute?
No, because that is what we're trying to address. We are trying to address the lack of standards, so to speak, or the flexibility that we had in establishing standards. We're trying to make sure that it's objective, that there is no subjectivity involved in determining what those standards are. So we're establishing what those objective standards are with this process, so that we're not making anything moot. So SB 35 cannot make that moot. It would actually strengthen the city's position to say, you have to meet the standards within the R3 zoning district for your residential project.
Right, but they still get the, well, of course, well, they would get the density bonus no matter what, and they still get the
Yes, that is right.
concessions and the waivers.
Correct.
But that is not, you know, even without SB 35, they get the density bonus.
Correct, and
Right.
that would be applicable to discretionary projects as well.
Right. And, you know, the density, you know, personally, if we get the affordable housing as a result of the density bonus, then, you know, then we're getting something beneficial in exchange for that.
I'd like to reiterate the request the
Right,
city
yeah.
clerk conduct
Thank
the
you.
first reading of ordinance number 19-2191.
Sure, this is the first reading of ordinance number 19-2191, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cupertino, adopting the third addendum to the 2014 General Plan Final EIR and amendments to Chapter 19.80 Planned Development P-Zones of the Cupertino Municipal Code to clarify development standards in P-Zones.
Thank you. I move that ordinance number.
Wait,
Yes.
the amendment, Heather just.
I'll
Yeah,
state that.
okay.
So, thank you very much. I move that ordinance number 19-2191 be read by title only, and that the city clerk's reading constitute the first reading thereof with the changes to the last paragraph of the draft ordinance to chapter 19.80 in section 19.80.050 development permit, articulated by the city attorney and with the extra edits placed up earlier in this item on the overhead.
And Councilmember Paul, there was an additional desk item that was an amendment to section 4 of this ordinance that just added standard language to our to the enactment in the ordinance to state that to the extent the provisions of this ordinance are substantially the same as previous provisions of the Cupertino Municipal Code, those provisions shall be construed as continuations of those provisions and not as an amendment to a readoption of earlier provisions. This is a standard language that's in our ordinances adopting municipal code changes that was inadvertently admitted in the draft ordinance that was presented to with the agenda, and so I would like to suggest a friendly amendment to the motion. To
Certainly,
include this
well,
language.
there's no friendly amendment required. I haven't finished with the motion.
Okay.
And so I'll go ahead and hereby add that language. I will make a request, again, for the sake of transparency, that we spend a few seconds just to place this up on the overhead projector for the sake of the public to be able to see what you're referring to. So it's the yellow highlighted portion of this. So, okay, great. So that's added, and that's my motion.
Great, I'll second it. Vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, so we've been going for about 2 hours. Why don't we take 5 minutes before we move on to item 8? 8, municipal code amendments to chapter 13.08, parkland dedication and fee, and chapter 18.24, dedications and reservations, to clarify parkland dedication and in lieu fee requirements. Adoption of the fourth addendum to the 2014 general plan, final EIR, and finding the actions are not a project under and exempt from CEQA. Can we have the staff report?
We do. Members of council, thank you for having me. Chad Mosley, city engineer, and as stated, I'm here to present proposed ordinance amendments for the parkland dedications. The city council work program for this year included an item to clarify objective standards. At study sessions regarding objective standards held over the summer and fall, the Planning Commission and City Council recommended making express standards for parkland dedication. We're bringing forth these proposed changes as a first phase of this effort for implementation. The proposed code modifications included the addition of definitions to sections 1308.020 to provide clarity, including the requirement to situate parks at ground level and to dedicate land in fee simple. Modifications were made to establish location and minimum size requirements for parkland dedications. This includes, as was indicated on the last slide, that parkland dedications be located at ground level. Also, that dedications consist of at least one contiguous piece of land that is a minimum of 0.27 acres and is capable of being graded to provide a reasonably flat area of 0.25 acres. All dedicated land must be at least 50 feet wide and 0.1 acres in contiguous size, and that parks be located adjacent to a street in order to promote public safety and to facilitate policing. Section 1308.030 was modified to provide further clarity as to the requirement to address parkland demands. Amendments are proposed to consolidate existing exceptions to the parkland dedication requirements, including those that further align the Cupertino Municipal Code with state laws. The city also continues to waive park dedication fees to incentivize development of affordable housing consistent with the city's housing element policies and the BMR procedural manual. And modifications were made to align the timing of dedication and fee payment requirements with existing practices, which is to acquire these items at the time of building permit issuance or recordation of a final map, whichever is earliest. Amendments also include express standards for areas that should not be included in or receive credits as part of the computations for parkland areas. These areas include setbacks, private yards, and open areas required by zoning and/or building code, or for streets and improvements that do not serve the park exclusively. Further clarifications that indicate areas proposed as private open space be accessible to all residents of the project, and further that private open space be developed for park and recreational purposes in order to receive private open space credit. This last item was added to section 1308.080B3 and has been provided to you this evening as a desk item.
So when you say accessible to all residents of the project?
All residents
Okay, because
within
that's
the
not in the
development.
bullet. Okay.
All residents within the development.
Okay, great.
Modifications to chapter 18.24, dedication and reservations for subdivisions, are proposed in order to reference and be consistent with chapter 1308, the parkland dedication fee. A preliminary draft of the parkland dedication ordinance amendments was presented to the Planning Commission at a study session at its November 12th meeting. The commissioners requested that staff consider reducing the parkland dedication credit for significant private open space from a 50% credit to a 25% credit. Staff is not proposing amendments related to private open space credits at this time, but can consider amendments in future phases. The commission wanted staff to consider minimum size and dimension requirements. Staff has proposed amendments to the code to address this input. Public comments at the November 12th Planning Commission meeting included a request to consider requiring that covenants be reviewed and approved by the city attorney prior to recordation. Staff has incorporated this amendment. Also, a comment was made to consider disallowing any form of occupancy, including temporary occupancy, prior to recordation of covenants or grant deeds for private open space. Staff has proposed an amendment that would require recordation of open space requirements prior to final occupancy, as opposed to the current requirement to record these documents simultaneously with final occupancy. We can discuss this further if you'd like.
Can you, I didn't get the distinction there.
So basically, staff has proposed an amendment that would require recordation of open space covenants prior to final occupancy as opposed to simultaneously with final occupancy.
Which is what the code currently provides.
Currently, it says simultaneously. We are saying it needs to happen prior to.
2 steps.
Just
But
the
has there been,
simultaneously is a
has
little
there
difficult.
been an issue with this?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
It could be in
The
the same
distinction could
meeting,
be-
right? It could be in the same meeting, just one item approving that next item occupancy
well,
permit,
occupancy
or-
is
Oh, that's administrative.
something
Yeah.
that happens, and then, so, yeah, I'm not sure that it's an important, well,
Right.
that's my commentary.
It's meant to be simply clarifying in the sense that simultaneously sounds like it has to happen exact same time and you set up an escrow account or something like that. This is to say that, well, they can actually record it and then the final occupancy is given.
I think to provide a little, further clarity here, some people were concerned that, not requiring the dedication prior to temporary occupancy could be an issue. And staff's point is that prohibiting it from all occupancy before recordation of covenants and grant needs may impose some unnecessary burdens on project implementation. Temporary occupancy is at times issued to facilitate internal improvements by tenants prior to final occupancy, and often may occur simultaneously with the construction of the park improvements. Moving on, the clarifications identified here would not change the less than significant impact analyzed and disclosed in the 2014 General Plan Final EIR because the Parkland Dedication Ordinance, as modified, together with the other requirements and policies identified in the final EIR, would still adequately mitigate potential impacts that future development would have on park and recreation services. The proposed amendments do nothing to significantly change the application or effectiveness of the Parkland Dedication Ordinance or other policies. For this reason, the decision by the City Council to clarify the Parkland dedication standards has no effect on the analysis or conclusions in the final EIR and would not result in any new impacts not previously identified in the final EIR. Impacts remain less than significant. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
And I will just add to the staff report that we have a desk item before you, which I'll put up over on the overhead. So the highlighted is the additional requirement for private open space to receive a credit for the amount of fees that are given. That the open space can't just be unprogrammed, it must actually be developed for park and recreational purposes. That was one additional clarification we wanted to make.
Yeah, I requested that because I was concerned that someone could claim a rooftop without any facility as a private open space. But then if they develop that as a basketball or tennis court on the rooftop, then that's fine. So that's...
And the overhead has one additional desk item if the video people can show that. Yes, so this is the additional language that was added to the prior item. This is section 3, just to, again, the standard language to provide that if amendments are the same as what was there before, it's a continuation and not an amendment or changing those, readoption of those provisions.
So I thought this is saying that the parkland needs to be at ground level.
That clarification was
Or
for
is that
private
only
open space,
for
not for publicly dedicated.
Okay, so a rooftop basketball court wouldn't qualify.
Wouldn't
in
qualify
any
for the
case.
public park,
For
but
the
if
public, but it would qualify for private.
yes,
They would get the 50% credit.
assuming they've provided enough private open space.
Right, okay. All right, I guess before we bring it back to council, let's do the public comment unless someone has some question on the presentation.
I have a really quick clarifying question. Under the red line of the municipal code amendments, table 13.08.080, this is just very, very clarifying. Under optional elements, swim pool has been modified and swim has been crossed out in favor of accessible swimming. So what's the difference between swim pool and an accessible swimming pool?
Accessibility,
So
meaning
is
that
that
an accessible
handicapped?
pool is ADA compliant.
ADA, okay. So that's it. It's just a matter of being able to
That is correct.
accommodate the ADA requirements. Okay, thanks.
Sorry, I have a question too. So if that means they are required to make that ADA compliant. If they don't make that ADA compliant, then it's not allowed?
If it's not ADA compliant, they would not receive
Credit.
Credit.
private open
Right.
space credit for that.
Right, they
Oh,
could
okay.
do a
They could do
non-
it, but
yeah.
then they cannot get the credit.
That is correct.
That's
Right.
so accessible swimming pool is defined. Some
I believe it's the building code.
is in the building code. Okay.
Okay, I have three cards. Jean Bedord, followed by Jennifer Griffin, followed by Janet Van Zoren. Welcome, Jean.
Good evening, and congratulations to the new mayor and vice mayor. I am here to speak for, to read a letter which was submitted to the council as well as the mayor to bring your awareness to their position with regard to parkland. Dear Mayor and council members, Cupertino for All supports a more sustainable, equitable, and vibrant community. To that end, we want to express our gratitude to staff for maintaining the current calculation method that determines parkland dedication in lieu fees. The previously proposed shift to the U.S. Census Bureau data for average household size would have placed a disproportionate burden on smaller, more economic, and more environmentally sustainable multifamily developments, which would have discouraged these types of developments. Such a move would have further underscored Cupertino's reputation as an exclusive community, antagonistic toward housing, and new, more diverse residents. As the staff report notes, the potential to consider this topic in the future, we encourage this council to consider ways to equitably distribute the burden of park in lieu fees. Thank you for removing that. We also observe the proposed change to require all dedicated parkland to be at ground level and dedicated in fee simple. As only one property owner in the history of Cupertino has attempted to build a park above ground level, we hope this move is motivated by legitimate public policy reasons and not by animosity toward Valco. Given the stated desire to increase the availability of public parks, our municipal code should be seeking means to favor parks of all descriptions, including innovative use of air rights, without further burdening new housing with excessive parkland requirements. And this is signed by Marie for Cupertino for All. Stepping back from my own perspective, I urge this council to step back from this and follow the example of Sunnyvale, which is working actively with their developer to look at the trade-offs between building heights and ground level parks. It will be, this type of restriction can discourage smaller developers outside of the Valco development to submit innovative solutions to provide parklands in their developments. I think you need to rethink this particular ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Jennifer Griffin, followed by Janet Van Zoren. Welcome, Jennifer.
Good evening, City Council. Having been a resident of Eastern Cupertino, where there are little or no parks, I think that we need to make sure that we get every ounce of land from these greedy developers, a lot of them that are being promoted by the CASA Compact and these horrendous housing bills that are coming from the state level, and they are there is proof that they are all running in sync with HB 2001 in Oregon and in Austin and in Seattle. We aren't fooled anymore. I want parks on the ground that are owned by Cupertino, lock, stock, and barrel for every generation to come. I don't want parks in the air on buildings that could fall down in earthquakes. If the city owns the land, it's there through pestilence, earthquakes, floods, etc. Okay, let me take an example. We have now, because we were blessed having 68 and 69 passed by our wonderful Sacramento, who don't appear to be very bright, my neighborhood has 2 apartment complexes adjacent that are in San Jose, Shadow Oaks and Sage Fountains. Also, there's Archstone Cupertino. They are in the limits of San Jose. But currently, all of those people, those residents, 600 households, will be sharing the parks in Rancho Rinconada, which are non-existent. So if you stuff ADUs in those apartment complexes, or they can be redeveloped under brilliant San Jose's urban village scenario, my neighborhood is not only going to be park deficit, we're going to be providing parkland for all of these park deficit apartment complexes in San Jose. Yes, we provide parkland for those nice people now, but it is going to get worse. If you allow developers to stuff ADUs in apartment complexes, they, of course, by these housing laws, are not going to be required to provide adequate parkland. The intent of these housing laws is land grab. It is not affordable housing. It is so apparent now. They don't care about parkland for people. We do. We live in the Eastern. We are trying hard to get our parks, but I don't want to share my parks with an extra 1,500 people in these apartment complexes, which is what these housing bills are trying to do. We have to push back. It is beginning in Oregon, and it will begin here, and I begin it now. We have to have
Thank you,
pushbacks.
Jennifer.
Parks on the ground, and get every inch of it. Thank you.
Next, we have Janet Van Zoren, and that's the last card I have. Welcome, Janet.
Good evening, City Council. Congratulations, Mayor and Vice Mayor. It's nice to be back here again, speak to you guys. I don't know much about this topic that has just come up, but a thought came to my mind while you were discussing the various aspects of it, and that is that Cupertino is, most people don't even know this yet, but Cupertino is an age-friendly city. And I would like to see eventually that more be done for those of older age in this city. I'd love to see some park benches here and there along the sidewalks. I'd love to see a picnic table in a little place where there just happens to be a little extra land that is between the road and the sidewalk or adjacent to it. And those would be little gathering places where people could sit down for a rest or sit down and meet a neighbor now and then. At any rate, I don't know how that affects or if it affects any of your planning. But if we were to have some park benches sprinkled here and there or a picnic table here and there, would that be considered parkland? And if it was considered parkland, are you doing something tonight that would make it impossible to do that later on? The other question I have is with regard to having all the parkland be ground level. You know, unfortunately, we are in an area where population is growing and there's more housing being developed, and we're seeing less and less of the mountains around us that were so beautiful, that we had such scenery before. I would love to see on some of the buildings that get built a little bit of green space up on the roof with a park bench or a picnic table, or maybe even a, what do they call it, bossy ball or something, where people could go and enjoy the scenery and enjoy spending a little time with a friend. Those are just some thoughts to consider as you're working on these plans. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And that's all the cards I have, so we can bring it back to council for discussion. We'll start at the left as usual. John, do you have anything?
So a couple comments. So I am very sensitive to the comments from the residents and being open to creative park space. So we're up here to truly represent the residents, to represent what the residents of the community support and don't support, what they want, what they don't want. And to me, that's very different than having developers claim that these things suffice for park space without the residents being able to decide for themselves if it is or isn't acceptable. And so I think we have to put in place the checks and balances, the requirements, so that the residents aren't going to be taken advantage of. Developers can always ask. They can always ask for more height. They can always ask for more density. They can always ask for, hey, can I put, some of this open space, like at a shopping center, up on the second floor, and that be considered, open space. And as we look to the community for their support, and if they say yes, that is something that we consider to be sufficient, then we vote for it. But again, having something put in front of us that we have no discretion over is unfortunately the predicament that we're in with the one project. And so I think we really do have to make sure that we put these requirements in. And I will actually be one of the first ones to say if a developer wants to propose something creative, I'll come and listen. And then I will do everything I can to take those ideas back, show them to the community, and if they support it, then I have to support it. It's not what I as an individual would decide yes or no, it's what the community. And so to me, I really want to say that we need to distinguish what it is we need to do versus it being interpreted that we're going to block things that would potentially be possible, because they are still possible, and they would be right for the community. So I see what we've done here. I think it's really great. I want to say thank you to staff for going into such great detail, right down to swimming pools versus accessible pools, and the amount of credit that would be given for the different types of parks and stuff. So I think what we've got, I'm pretty good with it. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chow.
Okay. Hi. So I do think in the future there will be more rooftop parks. However, we need to define standards, the minimum standards for rooftop park, because it's expensive to build, it's expensive to maintain. If it's not built well, it might become deserted. And I went to the Facebook rooftop park for a 2-story building. They built enough strength for a 7-story building in order to withhold all the weight of the soil when it's wet. So I think for us to consider rooftop park as a real parkland, we should consider that. But that's under the condition we have specific objective standard on the quality of the rooftop park and who will be maintaining it. And yeah, so in the future. And then I have a question about, I think for the private open space, we also say it should be accessible to all residents in the development. Here, accessible, does that mean ADA accessible or just accessible?
In this case, they just need to be able to access it.
So they won't have to be ADA accessible? Shouldn't we require that?
I mean, I think building codes would require ADA accessibility. So
So
it would be
here,
under the-
accessible would mean ADA accessible in order to get the credit.
It would be as defined in the building code, but I'm pretty sure that means ADA accessible, yes.
Okay. So for parkland, public parkland, it should be accessible to all residents. That's also ADA accessible, right?
Are we talking about the public?
Public parkland.
Yeah, I mean,
should
I
be
think we are
also-
required by state law to provide accessible facilities.
So the playground should all be ADA accessible. Just want to confirm that.
I'm not sure if we're talking about like an all-inclusive playground here or not. I don't think that's necessarily the case, but
Regular playground shouldn't the regular playground also be
Yeah,
ADA accessible?
we do provide accessibility to the playgrounds, yes.
That's required under current building code.
I'm not sure if that's a building code or state law, but we build parks to be accessible, yes.
Okay, so whoever proposed the project, maybe it's streamlined. They will have to provide ADA accessible parks, private open space, facilities, right?
That is correct.
Okay, good. Can you go to the fourth page in your slide? So proposed modification for, yeah, this one. The other one. Yeah, this one. So requirement for dedication. I have similar question for this one and also for the requirement for the 0.5 acre requirement for, I think for the private open space. So here we say it's at least 1.28 acre contiguous land. And minimum 50 feet wide. 0.1 acre for any dedication. How come we have two numbers here?
I think I understand your question. The first number there is for any parkland dedication, there must be at least one contiguous piece of land that is 0.27 acres in size. In certain cases, if a development is required to, say, provide 3.7 acres, they could have a second, potentially smaller park that's 0.1 acres at a different location. This is to facilitate the potential for pocket parks or smaller parks and to kind of be able to provide some flexibility to developers to provide open space at different areas and within a development.
Okay. Good. And then there is also under the private open space, in order to get the credit, they should provide 0.5 acre of turf, the play field. Okay, so similar question as this is, I think you do have a requirement that it needs to be, the slope should be at most 10%, which is good. But then I'm concerned that they can provide something like this, contiguous. So how do we make sure they can say we dedicate this to the city? It has the acreage. Can
So
we say
these-
it has
these
to be
standards here are for
rectangular
private-
or?
These standards here are for private open space. If you look
This
at-
is park dedication, right?
You're talking about this table 1308080? These are mandatory and optional elements for private open space. So this would
I
not
have
be-
the same question for both, for the table 1308080 and this one. So that's private open space. This is the public dedication. The same question, if we only specify contiguous land and with the minimum acreage, how do we prevent someone by saying this is your contiguous, this is your turf area, or this is your contiguous land?
Yeah, I mean, we do have the requirement for a 50-foot wide area minimum.
So this 50 feet wide applies to that?
It could theoretically apply to this.
So 50 feet wide, is that good for a soccer field?
It may not be good for a soccer field, but should be adequate for potentially a tot lot, other facilities along those lines, benches, picnic tables, as were mentioned earlier by the public. You can definitely have, I mean, a 50-foot wide strip of land is as wide as most residential properties.
Most residential properties?
Yeah, I think most of the
Okay.
residential lots in Rancho Rinconada are 51 to 52 feet wide. I mean, so.
So like 0.28 acre is about one residential lot?
It really depends if we're talking again, lots in Rancho Rinconada, 0.27 acres is about 2.7 lots. Most of the lots in Rancho Rinconada are about 0.1 acre.
So I'm just trying to decide, so if it's minimum 50 feet wide, and with 0.27 acre, that would be, I mean, it would be a good rectangular size.
That's correct. Consider a soccer field or a football field being about an acre in size, 0.27 acres, about a quarter of a football field. So a fairly large size lot.
Okay, so can they do this 50 feet wide and then a very narrow one here? I mean, this is what we have in Main Street. A park and this. This is 50 feet.
This is one reason we're adding this 50-foot minimum width dimension. I mean,
So it's 50 feet
if this is
here.
not 50 feet, we will not accept that.
So it needs to be 50 feet across everywhere. Is that clear from the code? I'm not sure. I'm trying to be in detail because if a project is streamlined and right now a common person can interpret our code and
we-
say, this is my understanding.
We could
right?
add an amendment that says all dedicated land must be at least 50 feet wide at all locations, if that would help.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think to a certain extent, it does state all dedicated land must be at least 50 feet wide. So if they're
Does-
dedicating this section, it's got to be 50 feet wide.
But they are saying we dedicate this section, this is 50 feet wide.
This is 50 feet, but this is not 50
But you
feet.
didn't say how long it had to be.
Yeah, I
What
think
about
we
the
do-
diagonal?
I think we do need to
That's
make
not
it
wide, that's diagonal.
I just want to prevent
Perfectly clear.
potential legal challenges.
Could I put something up on? Could I please have the white overhead again? Would that be an acceptable would that be an acceptable clarification to address your concern? That says
yeah.
at all locations. in
I
case-
think so. And then also for the tables 13.08.08.
How about as measured in any?
Yeah,
As
at all
measured in any
locations
dimension.
doesn't sound right, but yeah,
Uh-huh.
at any,
As,
I would
as
say in all
measured
dimensions.
in all the, yeah.
In
I'm
all
trying to help.
dimensions, yeah.
I'm trying to come up with something here.
Including.
Yeah, what about vertical? Yeah, that's,
That's-
you might want to think
Well-
about height as well.
Yeah, okay.
It's true, it could be covered up.
And also for, can
So
you
is in
put
all
the-
dimensions better than? This?
Mm,
Do you have language to?
Yeah.
yeah, human language is not very precise, so it's very hard to be objective. Can you also put on the table, this table, for the mandatory and optional elements?
Amendment here or not?
Okay, so here,
In any
it's great that
horizontal
we have a mandatory element for private open space for turfed play field. And we have a minimum acreage, but then again, there is no objective description so that it's something that's really, we can play ball. So shouldn't we maybe also say 50 feet wide?
I mean, that is indicated in that same section.
Oh.
I mean, am I correct? Is
Physical barriers which would inhibit group play activities.
For the private?
it in that same section?
I don't know whether
it's not.
play field has any building codes definition already.
Right, we don't want half an acre that's like 10 feet wide and very long to qualify.
Again, these are private open space.
Right.
This is not public open space. So these are a requirement of the developer.
It does say, and free of physical barriers which would inhibit group play activities, so.
Is this objective?
I think so.
Can someone say, okay, this is 0.5 acre, and you can have group play?
Do you have a proposed amendment you'd like to make here?
I think we can put a similar requirement as the public, 50 feet wide, which is only as wide as a single family lot, right? It's not very wide, but that's a very minimum standard.
Yeah, 50 feet may be too much for private.
But this
open
is 0.5
space.
acre though. The other was only 0.28.
Yeah.
So if that's 50 feet makes sense, this should make sense.
I mean, I'm just thinking of a long, narrow apartment building where maybe you couldn't get to 50 feet if it was up in the air.
This is only if they want to claim the credit. If they don't
Right, yeah, if they don't want to claim the credit, they can do whatever they
do
want.
whatever
Yeah,
they
yeah, that's
want,
an
right.
excellent, that's an
Since they
excellent
want
point.
to claim park
Yeah.
space credit, it at least to have to be able to serve the
Right,
function
yeah, I
as
agree
park
with you,
space.
that's true. So,
think-
yeah, I do agree with you.
I think the one comment that I would make, though, is kind of like what I was saying earlier. They can ask for, at least I'm thinking, they can ask for whatever they want. Hey, my lot happens to be this long and only that wide, and so trying to put, the required rectangle into it really makes it not very useful. But if I were to do something like this particular shape, will you accept it? Then we, the city council, have the opportunity to say, this looks like an acceptable, creative way to make something that's going to work. I just don't see these numbers being unchangeable by the city council when the project gets proposed. It sets the rules for the developer to know, oh, I essentially need 0.5 acres for open space, and then if he does feel, there's a better way for the community, it's a win-win situation, then we have the opportunity to grant that. So I don't think I would get too hung up on it. If we were.
And just to clarify, the opportunity to grant it would be through an amendment to these standards in the
Right.
municipal code.
So, I mean,
but then they can ask as an exception.
And there could
in
be
the-
density bonus exceptions.
Right.
that's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
So I would agree with Councilmember Chow, we should have something in there, and the 50 feet is fine for this as well.
Would that be?
Right, yeah, just make it the same.
What about the direction issue with
Well,
dimensions?
I think we have yet to come up
Yeah,
with
shall we
language for that.
indicate in any horizontal dimension?
Let's do that. Yeah, let's call
Right,
it
okay.
in any horizontal dimension.
Shall be 50 feet wide
Right.
in any horizontal dimension.
Okay.
How do you define horizontal versus vertical, though?
We can pull out the
For
Webster's
land.
dictionary,
Yeah.
but I think.
For land.
Yeah, we're thinking of slopes too. Yeah, well, they can't be more than a 10% slope. Okay. Anything else, council member?
I'll have one more point. I'll do that later. So.
Okay, so
Why not do it now?
as far as rooftop parks, not totally opposed to it, but I remember attending a San Jose City Council meeting when they approved an 18-story building with a rooftop park. And, you know, that would be accessible, a public park accessible by elevator at certain time periods. And I thought, wow, that's not, you know, they're calling it a public park. I would not really call it that, because people are highly unlikely to drive there, park, take the elevator to the roof, and use it. Now, on the other hand, you do have the Salesforce Center in San Francisco, which has a large rooftop park, which was partially the cause of the problems they experienced. The support of the building was not sufficient for the weight of that rooftop park, which resulted in some costly retrofits. So I think we have to be really careful about public rooftop parks and the construction. So it should be more of an exception than the rule. I was interested in the proposal by the Planning Commission to reduce from 50% credit to 25% credit for private open space, and what the feeling was about why that wasn't a good idea.
The modification from 50 to 25% could have been considered an additional burden on developers who may be proposing this, and we're trying to just address objective standards here today, and we're not trying to modify code sections that may have further burdens on developers.
And just, I would say further that we just felt like we wanted to study it more, like what.
Right.
We included, I think, some information in the staff report that other cities we've surveyed do have a 50% reduction, and I think I'd want to look at what are the, what is the expectations of how much people with private open space do or don't use public parks, such that
Right.
the impact would be reduced by that much.
So how much of the public open space can they get out of providing by providing private open space at the 50% level?
As long as they're providing on-site private open space that meets their park dedication requirement area, they can get up to a 50% credit. So basically, if they were required to construct an acre of public parkland, they would need to provide an acre of private open space
Plus a
on
half
site,
acre.
and then they would thus have to provide the city with half an acre of public parkland or half of the parking and lieu fees.
Right, so they can't just say, oh, I'm providing 200% in private, and that satisfies 100%.
That is correct.
Right.
It's a 50%
Max,
maximum.
cap, okay. Okay, very good, that's all I have. Vice Mayor Paul?
I have no comments. I'm supportive of the proposed statute and modifications thereof, as well as what Councilmember Chow was describing as some refinements with regard to description of the spaces.
Okay, Councilmember Sinks?
Yeah, I think that given that we're built out and given that we're trying to be encouraging of constructing housing, I do think that elevated parks that aren't at ground level ought to be allowed. And I'll show you a couple of examples here. I'm going to go back to that same projector that our city attorney's been using. Just flip through a couple of these before I come back to the microphone, so if you could bear with me. This is Highline Park in New York, fairly narrow, right? Right. A lot of plants. And yes, this is, this one is the park on top of the Transbay Terminal. I find these spaces beautiful, wonderful, right? There are a whole bunch of folks, and you can say, well, this is for urban places, but we do have some urban places in our city. And I, for one, think that in the case where, you know, we get a dedication on the ground and we think it's appropriate to control that, it's something we can deal with, fairly conventional. I like the fee simple arrangement that's been proposed. I like the idea that the city would get to own it, maintain it, and so forth. For these more challenging structures, Stephen, you mentioned it, right? Yeah, there's weight involved, and there are other things. I do think there ought to be requirements, right, to make sure these things are maintained over time. But I would think it appropriate for the city to say, okay, to the developer, you're doing something that's expensive and a bit unorthodox, at least by our standards for now. We don't really want to own maintenance of this thing, but here are requirements for you to do so. And under those conditions, I would allow rooftop, because I think, you know, here are real examples of how it's being done effectively to connect places. In the case of the thing in New York City, and here, yes, on a great big transit center. So our scale is likely to be smaller, but I think there are places for this, and I think we ought to consider them if they are proposed. So that's where I'm at.
So both your examples there, the High Line in New York City and the Salesforce Transit Center, those are both public buildings. And I think that's okay. The issue I have is when...
Right, these are public spaces
right.
rather than private spaces.
Right, they're not on top of an apartment building. And that's what I have a problem with. You know, the proposal in San Jose at the Volar on Winchester is, yes, it's called public, but it would be highly unlikely for the public to really bother to use it.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we cited a couple of examples in our city, in an all-housing project like, you know, Irvine's proposal for the Hamptons, it's whether or not it's actually public, it's unlikely to be used by the public. Whereas on a mixed-use project, you know, where you have retail, at least some retail and entertainment that draws a more general crowd, I expect that it might be, right? So I would expect, you know, in Minneapolis, where I grew up, there's it's not park space exactly, but because it's really cold and snowy in the wintertime, the city a generation ago started building skyways on the second story, but to connect the buildings, and it's actually a great experience to go from building to building and to building without having to go outside and walk, get your feet wet and all those.
Yes, I've
mucking through
been in the
snow,
hamster
right?
tubes in Minneapolis.
It's great. It's really fun, and it's a great environment, and well appreciated by folks in the wintertime. So I think, you know, considering giving some consideration to here more appropriately outdoor spaces that are elevated, I think, you know, these are examples of how it is done well and incorporated into, yeah, places where people are going to go
So, I mean, as Councilmember Willie pointed out, we do have the ability, if a property owner came forward with a non-ground level park or open space that we thought was acceptable, we could, we could get that.
You could change the rules for one project?
Right, we could change the rules on a per-project basis. There's
guess
just
you could.
a fear of blanketly allowing this and having things happen that we would prefer not to.
And even if we provide exception for one project in the future, I hope we would still consider objective standards on what's required for rooftop park, so that it will be a sustainable rooftop park, and financially, who will be accountable for maintaining it?
And just to be clear, that you would have to amend the municipal code to allow that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be an exception for
Right,
a
it would be a
project unless-
GPA
Right,
for
or a
that.
code amendment, unless there was,
Right,
density bonus waivers.
yeah, but
for
we're not
festive
looking at
festivals.
hundreds of these coming forward.
Wait, so the city actually has the option to allow them to do land dedication or not, right? So they can choose even not to dedicate land and just pay the fee.
That's right.
So they always have the option.
It's the city's discretion to determine whether dedication is required versus paying a fee.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my concern about amending the municipal code for one project and then, changing it back again is, we could be subject to litigation by people that think we're granting a special favor. So, I mean, my argument would be, let's change the code, put in, as Liang is suggesting, right, the rules to make sure that it's done well, to technical standards, but not prohibited.
I'm sorry, I don't read it as the city deciding, under 13.08.060, fees in lieu of parkland dedication, we've changed language to make it seems like very clear, under subsection A2, subdivisions, and I quote, subdivisions containing 50 units or less shall pay a fee in lieu of parkland dedication. Am I reading that incorrectly? Or
You are correct. State law dictates that any development that's under 50 units, the city cannot require a dedication for subdivisions, yeah.
Okay, but anything over 50, are you saying we can still allow a fee as opposed to dedication? Because the way I'm
At
reading this.
council's discretion. So I would direct your attention to section 1308.030.
Okay.
1308 what?
030 of the proposed amendments.
The city has the discretion to determine which of the three options above shall be required.
Or a combination of both, right?
So it says developments must address the increased demands for parks through parkland dedication, a payment of fee in lieu thereof, or a combination of both. And then the city has the discretion which of those three options shall be required.
So could a property owner subdivide their property into multiple parcels and then build 50 units or less on each parcel to get out of the parkland dedication?
If we get to that situation, we'll have to figure that one out, I think. I find that highly unlikely that that's going to happen, but theoretically, if they were to subdivide a parcel into two lots and then go and subdivide those further, we would probably have certain requirements for that first subdivision, but beyond that, we would probably just be stuck getting a fee.
But wouldn't, if they build a townhome, that's all condos, and that's all for sale townhomes, wouldn't that each one would be a parcel, and you have one unit per parcel? Like what's the,
believe this government
are we
addressing
saying
townhomes.
they are
The townhomes are
considered
for sale units.
Right,
don't
how does
know.
that work with
We're
condo?
simply trying to conform to state law here, so
Right.
there might, what you're asking is some interpretation of the Subdivision Map Act, which don't have right on the tip of my tongue here, so, and there is an exception in the language regarding limiting subdivisions of 50 or less as provided in Government Code 66477A, which is in the Subdivision Map Act, and some of that addresses townhomes, so I'd have to go back and look at that. I think the simple answer to your question is we're just trying to conform to state law here. And so we could come up with lots of scenarios, and I think that,
Okay, but
we're
I
not doing
guess
more than
we
that.
still want to know what the state law requires
Right.
here.
And I
we
don't
can
have that at the
find out.
top
Okay.
of my.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
I
good,
think
if
we've
you build
referenced-
50 condos, each with their own assessor parcel number, technically,
Yeah, my understanding
Every-
of
yeah.
state code is condominiums are subject to this because condominiums are a subdivision. They may be
So
an air
they-
subdivision, but they are subject to the 50 units requirement.
okay, thank
Oh,
you.
So they are not required to dedicate land.
No, they
No,
are.
They would be if it's
More than
50
50.
acres or more. Or, I'm
50
sorry, 50
units or
units or
more.
more, I apologize.
Wait, but condos are, each unit is one subdivision.
Right, but he's saying
That's
it's still
correct.
required.
It's
But
still
if you have,
required?
if you have a building that has 50 condos or more, that is a subdivision of 50 units and is thus subject to the park dedication requirements.
It's a subdivision of 50 units, not each condo is a subdivision, a parcel by
So with
itself.
respect to the subdivision map act and condominiumization of final maps, a final map will dictate the number of condos that are permitted on a property. So you'll see a condo map that says, or a final map that says final map for condominium purposes, and then it will dictate 204 condominiums. And at that point in time, you're dictating the number of subdivisions on that site. If it's over 50, then it's subject to to these dedication requirements.
Right.
But for
okay.
example, Valco SB 35 requests 2,400
That is correct.
subdivisions, right?
Correct.
So how is,
So that would be over 50, and they're subject to the park dedication requirements.
so that's still subject to,
That is correct.
Well, how does that fit
Okay.
into, I didn't really
I'm
want to
still
delve into this. I
confused.
thought about this probably half an hour ago, but I mean,
yeah, okay.
but how does that fit into the parcelization equation? What if, I mean, just for the sake of this, since we're going down this route, what if it was parcelized into 100 different parcels? I mean, what happens then? And each of the parcels has less than 50 units.
I mean, we're getting into 100 different parcels, which is 100 different units, and so you get them right off the bat, and then as they parcelize each of those further, you get them, for additional units. I mean, we're getting into some nuanced territory here, and we'd probably want to get a surveyor on board to verify some of these things.
No, I'm
but,
just asking,
I mean,
if
But
you
yeah,
had.
I mean, let's say you parcelized it into 10 units, and then each one of them was 49.
Right.
I mean, you're typically trying to subdivide parcels. You'll do a subdivision of the 10 parcels with one map, as opposed to piecemealing the map into a bunch of different ones. But theoretically, that's an option.
Yeah, and
I mean-
I don't want to make any roadmaps either. I mean, so I'm sorry. Can I ask a sort of different? So going back to this whole applicability section that the city attorney pointed out, I'm a little bit confused with regard to this last sentence, where it states the city has the discretion to determine which of the three options above shall be required. So that then becomes a discretionary determination, apparently, right? And then with regard to the city, I mean, is that the city staff? Is that city council? I mean, you said city council, but I mean, that's not really clear from the face of the
Yeah,
language.
and I would direct your attention to the general procedures section, which is found, sorry, hang on a second. Section 1308-100. Let's see, where did it go? So A says, at the time of approval of a dwelling units, the approval authority shall determine whether a parkland dedication, a fee in lieu thereof, or a combination of both is required.
Yeah, that doesn't really give me a whole lot of clarity there.
Well, it depends on who the approval authority is. So different kinds of projects are either approved by the planning commission or the city council, or sometimes the development director. So this is just saying that whoever's issuing the permit for the project is the one who determines whether it's a fee or parkland dedication. And if it's a large project, then that would probably be the city council.
Okay, and then what does the discretionary aspect of that do to our discussion here in terms, in the face of, various state laws that would take away?
Well, so the intent was of the first amendment was to say, look, addressing the increased demands of parkland is an objective standard. You have to do it one of three ways. In a project that the city approves, the city has the discretion. In an SB 35 project, the developer would say this is the way it's being addressed. But if either way it's addressed, it has to meet the standards in this code. So this code is beefing up the standards. If it's going to be a dedication, it has to be this. If it's a fee, well, the fees would apply.
Okay, so for example, for the sake of the example, under an SB 35 project, a developer could decide whether they're going to go with the in lieu fee, the dedication, or some combination of the two.
That's right, but whatever their proposal is has to meet the objective standards set in this code section for the fees or the dedicated land.
Okay.
So it has to be a minimum size, for instance, that sort of thing.
If they go with the dedication.
That's right.
If they go with the fee, then that's a pretty straightforward calculation.
Correct.
Okay. All right, yeah, that was my question. So it does have there is an effect, and there's no way we can kind of narrow that down with regard to more definitiveness, because, in my earlier read of 13.08060, it really does look like this is defining when you have fees in lieu of parkland dedication, because that's literally what it says. Fees in lieu of parkland dedication, Romanet A, Roman numeral, letter A, general standard, and then you go and,
I would read that
it's just very confusing,
Yeah,
right?
I think that's a qualification on the city's discretion, that it still has to comply with state law when it's choosing when you pay fees or dedication, and state law says for subdivisions under 50 units, you can't require dedication. So this is reflecting that standard.
Okay. I guess that's clear enough. I mean, now that we've made that.
And I would say that this section 030 says, in the time and according to the standards and formulas provided in this chapter. And so I think that qualification to, that incorporates the state law standard into that applicability section that you were looking at.
Right. I mean, ultimately, if the developer doesn't want to dedicate over the land, then we could be having a very vigorous conversation with regard to whether they can pay the in lieu fee. And then if there's some kind of invocation of a preemptive law that takes away our discretionary ability, insofar as choosing between the different types is concerned, then we really wouldn't have a choice there, I guess. But with regard to trying to be able to state, you have a potential, alternative option for providing some kind of open space. I mean, I think it makes more sense to give us more of the discretion within the municipal code and say that, look, it's either going to be a fee or it's going to be a dedication of space. And what I'm hearing from you, City Attorney, is that we're going to need to make a municipal code change as opposed to simply allowing for a general plan amendment if we encounter something like, a very substantial rooftop park in the future, based upon what we're looking at here.
Yeah, and I thought Councilmember Chow put it well, that at that time maybe we would add objective standards to the code that would say we will allow rooftop parks under these conditions or something like that.
Right. Right.
So I
Yeah.
think that might be the amendments you would make at that time.
Right.
In the future.
I don't think we're prepared yet to create standards for rooftop parks, including, I mean, should they be allowed on a 20-story building or, only a 3-story building?
Right.
And the requirements in terms of the construction standards, which I don't think any of us here are qualified to specify.
Well, I mean, I'd be more concerned about it if there wasn't this apparent, out with regard to paying the fee. It's, in one sense, it's a little bit more porous than I'd prefer, but in another, it does give some options, especially in light of the current legislative balance here. So, can I put forward some language for a motion, or are we still adding potential elements to the?
No, I mean, I do think that, they still get 50% credit for a rooftop park for private open space.
Right.
Now, in the future, maybe we come up with something, okay, if you want to do a rooftop park and make it public, then we'll give you 75% credit. Maybe not 100. We don't want to encourage rooftop parks. We don't want to prohibit them either.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of a more definitive way to open the door to it at this point. So, I mean, I would just be in support of what we've discussed
Right. If
this
not,
evening.
does anyone else?
I have one more thing to point out. So, can you show this table for parkland dedication formula table?
What table number is it?
Table 13.08.050. Yeah, this one. So this is how we are calculating the amount of parkland we require. This,
No.
right?
Or, oh, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Parkland dedication we require,
That is correct, yeah.
right?
Sorry.
So we are it's according to the number of units per acre. It doesn't matter how big are the units. So if we had like 20 studio apartments, they would have to provide they would count 1.8 people. But then if we had 20 penthouse, 4-bedroom penthouse, they would only need to account for 1.8 people per unit also. That doesn't seem to make sense. So I'm wondering, does other cities also use this kind of standard by density, by units per acre, not by number of bedrooms or size of units?
So a number of cities use very similar density formulas as this one, and in fact, I think Sunnyvale's is exactly the same. I think Santa Clara's is very similar. There are a couple that have swapped over to the Federal Census Bureau for the number of people per household, which does have an effect on the overall park dedication fee requirements, and just say park dedication requirements. Staff believes that this needs to be studied a little more thoroughly before we go and make modifications here, because it does have an impact to the dedication requirements of developers and could potentially be an extremely heavy burden to them.
Yeah. So I think using census number overall doesn't make sense because I think we need to distinguish between studio unit and 4-bedroom penthouse in a multi-unit development. And yeah, we don't want to penalize development. However, if someone is building luxurious apartment, really big units, we do want to get sufficient amount of parkland dedication for their residents.
Yeah, and as
Right, I
indicated,
think
we would need to provide,
so-
we would need to do further study on that. We would probably have a nexus study for this item.
Yeah,
It's
and I
just too
don't know about other cities. It seems our city has 35 units per acre, 75 units per acre. So this seems to be pretty outdated. It only goes up to 20 units per acre. So,
And I will say
Yeah.
that the council
Needs
will
to
be
be studied.
considering various potential municipal code change items as a part of its work program for the next year, and this could be something that's thrown in the mix.
Yes. So as our city are considering higher density development, our parkland dedication table needs to kind of match our current or future density. Yeah.
So why does this table, in two cases, have two lines that are the same? Why isn't it one for 5 to 20 and one for?
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, that's a question for when they initially enacted this 20-some years ago. I could not find a staff report on it. I don't know. I just left the table alone in case there was a specific reason. I did not want to go modifying the table because it does have potentially impacts to.
And may I suggest that if we want to have further discussion about this, we, think about bringing it back as a.
Right,
another-
yeah.
This conflict, these two conflict with each other.
'Cause-
If you had
'cause I think
15 units, which one do you go by?
I think there probably is a lot to say and study and consider here, and I think it's, it's basically a whole other work program item to.
But.
No, yeah, the
Councilmember
conflict
Chow
is a
correct.
good point. I mean, I
10,
would.
10 to 20 does overlap with 10 plus. I mean, that's absolutely correct. I mean, those two numbers she's circling actually cover the same range.
Yeah,
They
so
can cover-
which is it? If you're at 15, is it 2 or
No,
is it
that's exactly
1.8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Dear-
actually-
dear
We
staff,
could
do you know?
scratch the 10 plus. And
Well,
just get rid of it. Or
No, I mean, if
But
it's been like this for decades, how, of course you would choose the smaller
Well,
number.
It honestly looks like the 10 plus shouldn't be there, right? Because you have the 0 to
Right.
5, 5 to 10, 10 to 20, and then you have 20 plus. Then you have this bizarre.
I think originally the 10 plus was to be applied towards apartments, but
Well,
I think that may have been lost in.
It
over the
feels
years.
to me like that line is conflicting with the rest
Yes,
of the
that
table,
should be
right?
struck.
I'd just say delete it.
That's a good point.
Yeah, thank you.
Um,
Thank
so-
you, Councilmember. Chow.
So just, for the future, I'd be willing to request a future nexus study tied to square footage of units or number of bedrooms or some other metric tied to the size of the units. I mean, I think we can't really adjust it tonight, other than you very rightly pointing
Right.
out that this is just it's a flawed table as
Well,
it is, right?
And we could say that we could make this change tonight if the city council determines, and city council is ultimately the one that interprets the meaning of the municipal code, and to the extent that you say that this 10 plus was not intended to be a separate calculation and the city hasn't interpreted it that way, I would be comfortable if you wanted to
Okay,
strike that line
good.
tonight.
Because it's such an obvious error.
Right, because it's a typographical error, the's no distinction.
Maybe it was
and-
supposed to be
and
100, or who knows? I mean,
Yeah, but I think we should bring it back in the future, not this, but to look at going to the census,
We need some
the
study on
Census
this.
Bureau, because it is true. It should be related to the number of people per unit, logically.
The number of bedrooms. at
Right, the
least,
number of
right?
yeah, do it by bedrooms or square feet or however, yeah, maybe square feet.
Or square
Because
feet.
people could, we have the issue of a area that's not officially a bedroom but used as a bedroom, so you wouldn't want
Good
that to
point.
slide
We
through.
have 1,700 square feet, one bedroom.
Right, yeah, a 1,700 square foot one bedroom is probably not being used as a one bedroom.
Mhm.
Right. Or at least for just one or two people.
Right, okay.
Oh, one more question, sorry. For below market rate units, are the parkland requirement all waived? I just want to confirm.
That is
I
correct. City's
assume
policy has been
so.
to waive park dedication requirements for below market rate units, and that's per the city's BMR manual and the
Mhm.
housing
Or
element.
to consider the waivers.
Yes. So if it's for 100% for BMR housing, they don't need to provide any dedication or pay any new fee, right?
That has been the city's policy.
Yeah. And then if they have like 15% BMR units, that 15% units don't have to pay any of these fees.
That is correct.
Good.
And Chad, I'm sorry, city engineer, going back to the table crossing out this 10 plus, is it fair to say the city's practice has been to consider that an anomaly and that the calculation would be based on the 10 to 20 dwelling units per acre
That is
number,
correct.
and not that 10-plus number, that
That
the
is
city
correct.
has not been interpreting that its code to apply
That is correct.
that number. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if the city clerk would please conduct the first reading of ordinance number 19-2192.
Sure, this is the first reading of ordinance number 19-2192, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Cupertino adopting the fourth addendum to the 2014 General Plan Final EIR and amendments to Chapter 13.08 and Chapter 18.24 of the Municipal Code to clarify standards for parkland dedications and fees in lieu thereof.
Okay, I move that ordinance number 19-2192 be read by title only and that the city clerk's reading constitute the first reading thereof with the following modifications. Number one, the two desk items described previously in section 13.08.080.b.3, and I don't have a section number for the other paragraph that you added.
I believe it's section 3 of the ordinance.
Section 3 of the, I was looking at the ordinance, I didn't see so,
In the now therefore,
okay, and in section 3 of the ordinance,
yes.
it is section 3?
So
Or a new section 3?
that's item 7, this is item 8.
It-
Here, I'll put it back on here.
Okay. Under section 3 of the ordinance. In table, number 2, in table 13.08.050, strike the row indicating 10-plus dwelling units per acre. Number 3, in section 13.08.050, subsection F4, F as in Frank, add, quote, "in any horizontal dimension," end quote, after the term wide. And number 4, in table 13.08.080, under mandatory element, add, quote, "all dedicated land must be at least 50 feet wide in any horizontal dimension," end quote, to the end of that section. So those are the items in the motion, and I reiterate the request for a future nexus study tied to the size of the units.
Yeah.
Sorry, one more thing. The 15 feet wide requirement should apply, 50 feet wide should apply to private open space, the turf area.
Right.
So that's under,
Yeah, I captured that.
You did,
I-
okay.
That's
that
under,
was,
that's under 13.08.080, under mandatory element. That's the fourth item that,
but you mentioned the park dedication on the fourth item.
There were 2 amendments to that effect.
right.
Okay.
I agree that both changes we talked about have been captured in
Okay.
Councilmember
Oh.
Paul's motion.
Okay.
That's
All right.
correct. Yeah, thanks.
So, we ready for a second?
Yes,
Is that done?
Okay.
I made the
Okay,
motion.
I'll second. Let's vote.
Motion carries with
Oh.
Sinks voting no.
Okay. Okay, we are on to item 9, consider an out-of-cycle community funding grant for West Valley Community Services. Do we have a staff report?
We do. I'm just gonna give me a second to pull it up. So good evening. Good evening, Mayor Scharf, City Council, Christina Alfaro, Director of Administrative Services, here to present the item for you to consider an out-of-cycle community funding grant of $5,000 for West Valley Community Services. When we say out-of-cycle funding grant, what that means is our current community funding cycle process starts on February 1st when we make applications available to anyone who may want to apply for a community funding grant. They have until March 1st to submit that application. Once those applications are submitted, they're reviewed by administrative services staff, basically just to make sure that the application has been completely filled out. Once that review is done, those applications are forwarded to the Parks and Rec Commission, who then reviews and ranks these applications and then brings those recommendations forward to council as part of the budget. In June, in May, council also hears those recommendations, and in June, as part of the final budget, they go ahead and finalize those recommendations as part of the adopted budget. The request before you this evening is, again, for West Valley Community Services for a total of $5,000 that would go toward their Gift of Hope program. And this program provides gift and food to homeless and low-income families living in the service area. These services are generally provided during the December holiday season. So before you tonight, we have two potential recommended actions. The first is to approve a community funding grant of $5,000 for West Valley Community Services Gift of Hope program. The second is to recommend that West Valley Community Services, so this is an or, you may recommend that West Valley Community Services apply for a community funding grant during the city's regular grant process. And that concludes my presentation. Available if you have any questions.
Okay. So we established a process for these nonprofits. So did they not anticipate this when they did their original proposal, or why are we considering the out of cycle? I mean, I know it's a worthy cause. I just have a hard time with violating the procedures that we established to avoid exactly this kind of thing.
Two members of council brought it onto the agenda during the, I forget the date, noticed roles and responsibilities training.
Okay.
And my understanding is this was not a request initiated by West Valley Community Services.
Well, I would challenge that. So this came about during the poverty workshop that was put on by West Valley Community Services, and I participated. And afterwards, Josh from West Valley Community Services talked with me and said that they had a lot of need this year, and he said, would the city be able to help? The holiday season, a lot of need, a lot of people are homeless, low-income families. Is it possible for the city to help in any way? And to me, that sounded like a compelling enough request to consider it. Again, we're not talking about some other type of activity. We're talking about need that's there today. As I interpret what I was told by Josh, the need that's there today for these holiday seasons, the number of people that are coming to them for help, and it sure seems to me that if we have enough in our budget, either the city council budget, the council and commission budget, that rather than wind up with excess, that just goes back in the bank. And so the city manager checked and found out that in the same period last year, the budget was significantly, in my view, significantly underspent. And to me, those two things together are enough for me to say, wow, I think we should do this for our community. And I think the community would support it. And we're here. Now we can decide.
Okay, I did get 2 cards. So I'll take them out of order because we have someone from West Valley Community Services here. Vanessa Escobar, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Vanessa Escobar, and I'm the Assistant Manager of Client Services. Thank you for giving West Valley Community Services the opportunity to apply for the community grant of Gift of Hope. For Gift of Hope. The Gift of Hope program was started more than 20 years ago to combat the stress and hopelessness families living in poverty face during the holidays and replace it with a sense of hopefulness and possibility. The program provides gifts of clothing, small household items, toys, and food to homeless and low-income families living in our service area during the December holiday season. In addition to providing much-needed items to families struggling financially, it relieves the stress caused by the pressure to engage in holiday spending that low-income families cannot afford and helps preserve household income that can be used on necessities like rent, utilities, transportation, and childcare. This year, we have 360 households registered, more than 900 people total, and about 100 of these households are Cupertino residents living at or below the 200% of the federal poverty line. This is an overall increase in our program participation of 20% year over year. Items will be distributed to the Gift of Hope event on December 14th. Thank you so much for your kind consideration for our request.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have,
Can we
unless
ask,
anyone has questions. Okay, yeah, can you stay up here?
So what's your expected, what was the budget last year for this program? And you said there is a 20% increase in the number of households this year. So what's the expected budget this year for the program?
For that question, we'll definitely come back to you. I am here to represent Josh and Sujatha, and I'm not sure what the budget is, but we can definitely get back to you on that.
Okay.
That's great, but we're deciding tonight.
The application states a total budget for this program of $25,000.
Right, for this year, but what was it last year?
That it doesn't say, it just says for this year, 25,000.
Okay, so 5,000 is about like 20%.
Right.
The increase. So we will be covering the increase because there is an increase of probably homeless and families this year. So the funding, I suppose, will all be spent on gifts, not on any other operating cost, right?
It would be on gifts.
And I guess usually this funding is all covered by donation individually, or you do a fundraising drive?
So we do fundraise for this program when we are able to meet the need, but the support that the city will help us meet the increasing need and the requests that are coming in every day.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll go on to the next speaker then. Janet Van Zoren, welcome.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. I guess what I'd like to say is there is a great need here in Cupertino for helping people who are homeless and near homeless. And I know that West Valley Services does apply for monies every year during the normal process, and usually they do get some funding. I think the need is much greater this year. It's not as anticipated, and why not? If we have the money there and we know that the need is there, why would we not want to fulfill this need? That's my input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back to council. John, you spoke. How about Leong, do you have anything?
I actually have some comment on I think one idea that I had was, but then Josh is not here, so I don't even know if this is practical, because I think I would like the city fund to go a longer way. So one idea was the city provide $5,000 as like a matching fund, and the rest that we would encourage residents to donate, and we would match up to $5,000. But then seems they are not doing a fundraising drive for this program. I'm not sure if this is applicable. And another thing I'd like to bring up is the community funding grant. It seems our program doesn't really require the organization to submit an annual report or even give us itemized budget. on the actual spending. So I hope for next year, in the one that's starting in February, can we request to have more accountability for this one?
Okay.
Sorry, just a clarification. We do ask for the total budget of what they're asking for in their total budget, but we do not ask for an annual report. We also ask if they're getting funding from any other sources outside of the city of Cupertino as well.
Don't we have them sign a grant agreement that requires some reporting?
No, just the grant application.
Okay,
Yeah,
Councilman.
the reason I ask that is for El Camino Hospital, they give out millions dollars, tens of millions dollars of grant. And for this huge amount, they do require itemized budget for the grant request. And at the end, or even mid-year, they require any updated budget. At the end of the year, they require an update on the actual spending, so they know exactly where the money went. I don't think we have that practice. I hope that can
I'm checking.
change.
I think we might have a grant agreement that requires some of that if people are awarded the money, but I'll have to double check.
And so they are required to give us a report for accountability.
Just have to double check.
Okay, that would
We're
be great.
remembering
Thank
different
you.
things here.
Thank you.
And just one fact for council consideration on the application for this particular amount. Number of individuals total served from this is 800, and number of Cupertino residents is 200.
I would like to speak on this.
Sure. Go
So, you know, for a long time, we've had a process on how we fund nonprofits. And I realize that anybody at any time, any one of these agencies has needs. But we have a process for this, and we go through it once a year. And we're trying to stack and register and elicit these facts to make cogent decisions about which agencies we fund. I think that's the appropriate time for us to be doing this. This is about conducting a process. And if you think about it, what we're doing when we make these grants is we're taking money from our taxpayers. We're foregoing other things we could do with that money. Do we have unlimited money? No, right? So this comes down to priority setting. And I think this is appropriately done through a process where we solicit applications. If we do these helter-skelter, what's going to happen, John, is you and I and everybody else are going to start receiving all kinds of requests off cycle from all kinds of really worthy folks. The point of doing it in one process at one time and evaluating all the requests together is to try to get some fairness and objectivity into the process. So I'm struggling with this. I can't support it because it's just, it's out of the process. And I think we need to be very thoughtful about how we expend taxpayer dollars. We, through our CDBG grants, right, our block grants, we give money to a whole number of agencies, including West Valley Community Services, to do good work. The county is in the business of providing social services. But we're a municipal government, and I think we have to be thoughtful about the process whereby we make these awards. Thanks.
Hey, Councilmember Paul.
I agree with Councilmember Sinks, and I respect the process-oriented concerns. For me, it actually cuts in the other direction. However, I mean, I think it's not that the $5,000 is a relatively minimal amount. I think that if we could do this in a manner that made it very clear that thinking about the budget ahead of time and the appropriate time of the year is something that we would highly encourage. I wouldn't say I would just foreclose the possibility of this ever happening in the future, but I would say that there is a lot to be said for anticipating what might happen. At the same time, I have participated in the past in events in San Jose hosted by the labor unions, where a number of families that just don't have the means are able to get gifts during the holiday season. And I see that it makes a very substantial difference. And if we're looking at, a significant amount of our own households in Cupertino, I mean, to me, it becomes a bit of a balancing factor. And for this, I would say there are process-based concerns. I absolutely acknowledge them. And I would highly encourage if West Valley Community Services thought in the future, well, there might be some anticipated added increases and needs at the end of the year, budget for more because ultimately that's something that's going to, prevent this from becoming an issue later on in the budgetary cycle. The other item, if it turns out that we're not getting as granular of information with regard to these spending allocations, we certainly are stewards of the public's dollar, and it would be good to have that kind of detail. And I'm not saying detail every single expense, but just getting a sense of how this was spent. So it's close. It certainly is, but it's also the season. It's the end of the year, and I think that as a jurisdiction, I'd like to support the statement that we would be sympathetic to the conditions of some of our families, and then the other part of it, I think. I'll just make a very quick comment. I've thought for a very long time that we should be taking some of our housing funding, BMR housing funding, and going towards rent assistance. But at the same time, there are ways of doing this in a legislative manner that have been brought up through our community in the last couple of weeks that I'll be actually supporting consideration of later on in tonight's meeting for a future action. But I think again this is a fairly minimal amount, and the impact will be quite high. It wasn't completely anticipatable, but in the future, hopefully, the very fine efforts of West Valley Community Services can take into account the possibility of needing a bit more. All right, thanks.
Can I add something? Sorry. So I think Cupertino doesn't have our own social service department. So the only thing we have in our community that provides help to these families are West Valley Community Services. They are not a part of the city department, but they are providing this essential service that we are not providing. The city has actually revised budget mid-year to fund $1 million bike pedestrian project. That has been done. It's not like we've never updated the budget mid-year. And this is $5,000 for needy families. And for West Valley Community Services, the $5,000 that they get for this program, they can spend the extra $5,000 for other homeless services, other services they provide for their clients. So this is different from no other nonprofit in our community will be making this kind of request, I think, because they are the almost the only organization that's providing this service.
Okay, so here's my feeling. I have given to the gift of hope I gave last year. This year I did not, because instead I was out last Friday giving care packages directly to the homeless in San Francisco, and spent quite a bit on that. And like Councilmember Sinks, I'm hesitant because of we established a process specifically to avoid this kind of coming back mid-year with requests. This is not, I talked to Josh Salo about this already, and I said, oh, did something happen? Is this an emergency? Are you out of money? He said, no, this was not even something that he initiated. It was initiated at the poverty workshop, which I also attended, and it was actually, on the part of Councilman Willie, who asked if they needed extra assistance this year. On the other hand,
I disagree with that.
Okay.
I think you're incorrect.
Well, I'm just repeating what Josh said to me when I talked to him about this. On the other hand, it is not a lot of money. It's $5,000. I agree with Councilmember Chow that I would have preferred something like matching funds, where, you know, we donate 5,000, but it has to be met by 5,000 additional donations by the community. We do have the opportunity in the next funding cycle to, you know, consider the 5,000 that we're giving tonight in future funding if they have this 20% increase in this program this year that was unanticipated. I think that's the key thing. If they had planned for the increase in the number of families needing the program, then the out-of-cycle grant would be totally inappropriate. But since they didn't plan for that, I don't know. It's, you know, I don't like the idea of these one-time things because we didn't give other nonprofits the opportunity to apply as well. But, you know, I think I'm willing to go along for this one time with the $5,000, though not with some unease at doing so.
I move that council approve a community funding grant of $5,000 for West Valley Community Services Gift of Hope program for this season.
I second.
And the motion carries with Sinks voting no.
Okay, we're on, with no more oral communications, we're on to council and staff comments and future agenda items. John, do you have anything?
So I attended Councilman Paul's town hall meeting. I hope in the future we can do more to advertise. I thought it was, you know, good material for the community, and I just think we need to be able to try and get more of the community to come to it. Interviewed by a Cupertino High student for an article about Valco. I believe it's going to be in their newspaper. I met again with Orrin Mahoney about the potential housing project on Mary Avenue. He gave me more of the background that it was previously considered or proposed, but the council didn't feel inclined to go along with it. But times have changed, and hopefully when we have our study session, we can hopefully make this a part of our work plan for going forward. And it would be extremely low income for developmentally challenged individuals, and I think it would be something for us to seriously consider. And that's it.
Okay.
Okay, so on the 23rd of October, I attended an AYSO annual celebration in Kennedy Middle School. And I took this chance to ask the board members there, how is the turf condition in Cupertino field compared with other cities? They do agree that in Cupertino we have the very best field. However, for them, for their AYSO, for their kids, they think a reasonable quality of the field would be enough. So I am wondering whether we are spending too much to keep our field at the very top quality, because at our 2x2 meeting with CUSD, we are actually spending more than the amount of rent we get from this field. So that's something we should consider in the future. And on the 22nd of October, this is not really city related, but I attended a conference talking about equity access for college admission. There is a moving towards making SAT optional for UC admission. Many community members might be interested in this change. And on 21st of October, I attended the Businesswoman Monthly Luncheon hosted by the city. It's a monthly meeting, and I invited many people I know. People really like this group. However, we are also talking about how to make it more effective so people can really connect before and after the luncheon, and we are working with Angela and Deb on improving that. And so as for the future agenda item, we received an email request to inform us about a home match program, which match the program that the email mentioned is in Berkeley. They match graduate student and postdoc with senior citizens. So they could, they help the senior citizens to do a matching and then form a rental agreement and what kind of help, so that they help each other. Either they need companionship or maybe minimal amount of housework. I thought this kind of program is interesting. And then I looked it up. San Francisco and San Mateo, many other cities have this program, and they are not limited to graduate students. So they do have this for low income, but then they do screening so that there is, any of the concerns about like potential abuse will be minimized. So I hope the staff could consider. I looked at that. It needs a nonprofit to administer this program, but then San Francisco City, for example, provide funding to I guess help the administration. It seems the city of Santa Clara also has a similar program. City provides some funding, but a nonprofit helps to do the matching. So I hope for future, maybe next year's prior program. But I hope we don't start until July though. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Another agenda is, okay, actually this is a question. One of the work program item is to include the extremely low income percentage in the BMR requirement. I don't remember seeing that in our BMR mitigation nexus study. Is that included? Or did I
don't know about that particular question. I do know that the extremely low and very low, if I'm understanding your question, is part of our RENA requirement.
RENA requirement to require low income, very low.
Very, right.
But not extremely low.
Extremely low.
So the work program item was to add a requirement for a certain percentage of extremely low. And maybe we can say 5% extremely low and 5% moderate, so they kind of balance out. So that there is no progress on that?
I think there's progress. I think it's staff work at the moment to try and change those and add it in. If it's a work program item, it's in progress.
Because I remember when the BMR Nexus study was on the agenda, we didn't see that. I all of a sudden remember that.
Yeah, and that study was the feasibility study to determine what fees for BMR mitigation impacts would be paid to paid by different developments. That's different than what the requirements are for the.
We don't need feasibility study to see if 5% EOI is feasible or not.
I honestly don't know. I mean, I'm not
Okay.
into the details of that
Okay.
item, but
Yeah, could you give me an update?
my guess
Yeah.
is that what was went forward before was addressing a different issue than what
Okay.
is on
Could
the
you
work
give me an
program.
update
Yes.
on when you expect that to come back to the council or the planning commission? And next item is someone brought up the easement over Wolf Road. I think a few months ago, 3 or 4 months ago, I spoke to city attorney and Diane, assistant city city manager.
Can I just point
about
out
this.
before you start talking
Mhm.
that this is an issue that's before the judge in the Valco SB 35 litigation, and we will have a hearing on that and a ruling soon.
I believe my question is, how is the easement recorded? So this has to do, it doesn't matter shouldn't we know if we give someone an easement, what's the allowed use? It's unclear. And I asked
I'm happy
for,
to talk to you about that
I
offline.
asked for that multiple times, and Diane said the staff needs time to study, and I need the council's consensus for the state. Can we put this on a future agenda to have a study session on study item on the?
Sure, I'll be
easement?
well,
Would you give
I'll
us a
agree with
chance
that.
for me to connect with Diane about your question and figure out what it was and get back to you? And then if we haven't answered it, we could consider whether to bring it forward.
I spoke to you also, and I hit a stone wall a couple of times.
I apologize that if you feel like it wasn't answered. I think I need to go back and see what you've requested and yeah.
Okay, and another thing is I think Lisa
I'm
brought
sorry,
up
I
a
have an
study
early morning
session.
meeting. I'm going to take off
Mm.
because I don't have anything to add.
Okay,
here.
thank you.
Okay. So a study session on the 2019 housing bills or any bills that we need to be aware of. Shouldn't we have a study or at least a report? I think.
I emailed a summary to the council a month or so ago. We're working with staff on next steps to implement that. It's up to you all if you want to have a public discussion.
No, I would rather publish something on our website than have another study session. But, I mean, if there's a second person that wants a study session, that's fine too.
I guess for things that we don't actually implement, like the eviction standard, we don't have any anti-eviction law. I would like to know what's in there. How would that impact our residents? So, okay. So we'll see if we have a report. And then so another speaker brought up an emergency eviction, emergency tenant protection measure. Do we want to consider that?
Yeah, I would support it at our next meeting on the 17th. I would support putting it on our agenda. I don't know how long staff would need in order to prepare it. I think that's the issue in terms of,
Okay, I mean, can I comment on that? If we propose an ordinance at our next meeting, it wouldn't be right, we'd have to enact it within.
And there are publication requirements also.
Right, I mean, here's the issue. The rent cap is retroactive till last March.
it's an eviction issue.
The eviction issue was not retroactive, so you've got some landlords in some cities saying, well, I'm just going to evict everyone, raise the rent, and then they can come back. But, so I'm not opposed to this, but, I mean, how much time is our council going to spend fixing poorly crafted state laws that?
I believe I heard that the measure adopted by other city is retroactive. So if Sunnyvale adopted something, maybe we should look tonight. They adopted something tonight. So was that approved?
It's what? So if somebody was evicted,
I don't know. So
they get unevicted?
And can I just say that we shouldn't have too much discussion about
Right.
this? Let's just
Oh,
decide
okay.
whether to put it on the agenda or.
Right, we can put, I'd favor putting this on the next agenda.
But I also would like kind of a status of how serious the problem is. If someone is facing eviction, where do they go for help? So that we even have some data, who is facing this situation? And do we have something on the website so that they know to go to, say, West Valley Community Services? Do we have that? If we don't, can we maybe put out an email blast to say, if you are facing this situation, here's where you can go for help?
Well, I
Maybe
think,
at least do that.
we could probably interface with WVCS and get a sense of, because they're the most directly connected to people that would be in need of that, and,
Yeah.
and to gauge whether this is actually an elevated problem in our community. I mean, the other source of relief that I know of is the courts. They do have some, forms of, legal, legal assistance. But I mean, I don't know of any formalized, mechanism of support from the city of Cupertino.
Not from the city. I think there are multiple community groups who can help, but
Right.
people facing this might not know. So if we can get this kind of, someone must have published something. We can just copy and make it widely available so people who need it will see it.
And that was one of the issues we raised in the state law, that one thing the city could do is publicize this change in state law so people are aware of it. And
So at the minimum, let's publicize, here are the resources for help.
And could I get clarity about this emergency measure? I mean, we could bring back at the next council a meeting, or potentially just a study session about whether we think it's feasible to adopt the ordinance, whether we want to go forward with it, and what that would entail. Or do you want staff to actually start looking into this, if it's feasible, drafting it, doing the noticing, coming back for a first reading as soon as possible, which would not be the next meeting, but probably probably in January.
No,
Then that'll be no
January's
use.
too late.
No, we're talking about an urgency ordinance to fill the
Right.
gap between now and the
Emergency,
other.
but yes.
Yeah.
So I just wanted clarity if you're directing us to draft that ordinance and we bring it back, or if you want us to come back with more information for you to consider at the next meeting.
No, I think you need to look into what the timetable would be. It's under 2.12.020, I think, under the ordinances section, to see just precisely how long it would take. When ordinances, well, I don't want to, legislate it from the dais, but I think
So are
we
you
we just
saying
need some
if it's-
guidance as to
if
how
it's
long it would take.
feasible to do
Right.
it by the end of the year, you want us to bring it back on the 17th, an actual urgency ordinance?
That's what I'm requesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if it's not feasible, then not something that
Well,
we
let
do.
us know.
Right, yeah,
Yeah.
proceed with the urgency ordinance. Now, I know in other cities, I know in Daly City, where this has been an issue, people affected have shown up at the council meeting en masse to address this. The problem is we don't know in Cupertino if anyone has experienced a no-cause eviction specifically because of this new state law.
So then if we bring something back on 17th and it's not retroactive, if we cannot make it retroactive, how effective it is?
Well,
for
yeah, it may not
14
be
days for
effective.
2
I mean,
weeks?
that's the issue we face. We're 5 people on a city council trying to fix a state law that was extremely poorly written. And, unfortunately, I don't know how much power we have to do that in the time we have remaining in this year. I mean, an urgency ordinance is fine. I'm not sure what the effect it's going to have. I wish I wish that law had been written in a better way, that this problem had not occurred. It almost seems to, there's no way that this could not have been foreseen by the authors of the law. I mean, they made one thing retroactive, they made the eviction not retroactive, so of course they knew that there would be unscrupulous, or they may not all be unscrupulous, property owners that would take advantage of the way they wrote the law. So we can do the urgency ordinance. Maybe it'll help a few people, but
Yeah.
it's not gonna
So
solve the world's problems.
At least let's broadcast the resources available for people who need help.
Okay.
And sorry, last item, the small business center that's on our work program. And I asked Angela in the Economic Development Committee meeting, or a little after that, what happened, because it was the work program from last year. And this year, I haven't seen progress. She said all they need is a space. There are consultants who would come in for free to give consulting service for small business. They just need space for them to come in. So I was wondering, do we have any progress on that? I was proposing maybe the city can make a conference room available for 4 hours a week on off-peak time, if
We'll
that's
check
at all
into it.
possible.
We'll check into it.
So could you, give an update on, this is also on this year's work program, and I don't know if we are making any progress. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'll go next. So for future agenda items, I know Rod has left, but I think in terms of rooftop public parks, it is something we should look into in the future, not exclude them completely, but have standards in place on when they would be acceptable, and all the way to construction standards. And because it is true, there are some good rooftop parks in the country, and they're not 20 stories in the air, but it's possible that we could craft something. We should have a study session on the Faster Bay Area proposal. I've already gotten several emails on this, so we may want to take a position on that proposal. Also, we should take a position on PG&E and the proposal by Mayor Liccardo that it become something like the Sacramento Municipal Utilities District. The emergency eviction ordinance was already mentioned. And the study session on easements if the response from the staff is not sufficient to satisfy Councilmember Chow and myself. I would like some clarification on that as well. So those are my future agenda items. Thank you. Darcy?
Well, as stated previously, I held a town hall on November 20th. I want to thank Councilmembers Chow and Willie for initiating that process for our outreach to the community. Thought it went well. I tried to do something a little bit different and have a roundtable type of event an hour before that. Although it turned out to be kind of 2 roundtables, as Councilmember Willie found out. I thought it was actually a pretty reasonably attended event, given the timing of it, about roughly a week before Thanksgiving. But for the most part, people were focused on the library expansion, which was something that had been fully funded the night before, and it was a town hall that kind of focused on quality of life issues and trying to think about what we can be doing to have some park equity, throughout the city, as well as the library space expanded, and possibly other ideas as to how we can be improving our access to the government mechanisms. So I was really grateful for our city manager, in addition to Councilmember Willie being there. We had a couple of department heads as well, so it was very accessible. During the roundtable beforehand, it was a very interesting discussion with regard to a couple of topics. There was one person who came in and wanted to talk about the permissibility of flying drones within our city parks. And he had looked up the municipal code, and it actually stated that there are certain areas where you could fly those types of, those types of, I guess, aircraft, but they had to be designated within our city parks. But there was actually no designation, so he was wondering about that as a follow-up. There was a really interesting presentation from a group of students with regard to the ideas for what we could be doing with the empty ponds in Memorial Park, and I would expect that, beyond bocce ball courts or, cement ping pong tables, we also probably have some pretty substantial and far-ranging long-term ideas coming up in our Parks and Rec Master Plan, which I think is coming back to us in either late January or early February. On the 26th, I met with Tim McRae of Silicon Valley Leadership Group, and I'm sure he's told me this over the years, but Tim is actually, he's the energy liaison for SVLG, but he actually is the employee at that organization assigned to Cupertino. I think, with regard to our varying opinions, and very rightfully so, right? I mean, there are a lot of business interests that are represented there, and, when it comes to having a major bond measure or a potential sales tax, I mean, they seem to have a lot of involvement in those types of issues. I think it really does behoove us to, establish a good rapport, and I think I would recommend, sitting down and talking with Tim. I think he's pretty neutral in terms of the topicality and its energy policy that he focuses upon. So, I would commend my fellow council members to, perhaps, nurturing that relationship through that contact. Outside of that, I absolutely do, support the idea of looking into an urgency ordinance as a result of, I believe it was AB 1482, because, we do have a lot of rental pressures in the area, and this was actually not a rent control device. This was really something that was about rent gouging. And so to the extent that there's, particular porosity, I think it also sends a good message to the state that, look, as a jurisdiction, we're not about shutting the doors. It's really a matter of, trying to take some logical approaches. If they're going to open the door and there's some holes to fill, then, I think it's, compassionate and logical that we look into it. So I thank my fellow council members for that support. There is an upcoming event that I think the community should be aware of. Ever since the second Apple campus, Apple Park, opened up in 2017, was it? Or 16? It's been a couple of years now. It hasn't actually opened up to the public, but members of our community are going to be invited to an open house if they haven't already, and that'll be on December 14th. That's a Saturday, so mark your calendars for that. Hopefully, we'll be able to see each other around the grounds there. It's a very interesting facility. And then next Monday, the county is actually having a listening tour among the various cities in the county about LGBTQ issues. They've reached out to me and asked me to give a couple of minutes of remarks and invited me to stay here in Community Hall. I believe it's going to be Monday, next Monday,
Yes.
the 9th, is it?
Yeah.
From 6:30 to 8:30 right here in Community Hall. And perhaps the mayor is going to
Right, yeah, they invited me, I agreed to attend.
Excellent. So, I think it's a good way of reaching out to the,
So
various facets.
I responded, I'll attend too, someone else hosted it, so we can all attend, right?
Yeah, I think that policy was clarified with regard to, right?
Okay.
So, and it's a listening tour, so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's, again, next Monday at 6:30 here. Thanks.
So I'm not sure that the Apple open house, that every resident is getting invited. I thought they were starting something with residents closest to the campus first. So don't everyone get their hopes up of getting getting an invitation.
Actually, and it's kind of a pilot. I can't make any promises, of course, on behalf of Apple, but the way they're organizing is pretty smart. They're listening to the community members about traffic created from their really big, events. So they're trying to manage it and actually invite the folks really closely affected by their campus build first, which is kind of nice, I think. And they're trying to size it to the friends and family one they just did a couple months ago. It's about the same size so that it can get practiced at it. They haven't kind of done that before. So that's how it's going to go. And I thought that was kind of a nice thing to do for the neighborhoods closely affected by that.
Yeah,
Right,
absolutely.
and it's not just Cupertino, there's
A little
Santa
bit of Sunnyvale, a
Clara
little
and
bit of Santa Clara,
Sunnyvale as
a little
well.
bit. Mhm. I do have a staff report too.
Great.
So
Okay.
sorry, one comment about the state bill on rent gouging. So I think Connie said it actually applies to single-family homes that are owned by corporations. So
Right, I think
they
I think they
might-
have to have a certain number of homes that they own before it applies. Is that the case? I can't recall. Yeah.
So I guess I'm wondering whether our residents need information on, like, I think residents probably wouldn't know that the law is retroactive. So some landowner, some property owner might try to raise rent before the end of the year and they violate the law. They might get sued. So I wonder this kind of information for landowners, for property owners, rental owners on what not to do might be important too, if we can find that information to share.
Might not even be a bad idea to work with our local state representatives to try to get some outreach as well. I'm sure that they would have some resources, and after all, it's the state law.
Right, it is right, yeah, it is a state law. I would think that, property owners that own a lot of rentals would be well aware of this because it's been highly publicized by, like, the California Apartment Association. And for individual homeowners renting out a single home or townhouse, it doesn't apply. But I seem to recall that if, for corporate-owned housing over a certain number of units, it does apply.
Yeah,
And I think the brief comment has been made to the city manager who will look into it
Great,
now.
thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm concerned
Okay.
about homeowners who
And that
maybe
was
rent
a
one
Brown Act
room.
noticed.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, anything else?
So,
I have a status
Oh, right,
update I'd like to
okay,
give.
go.
Okay.
So as promised from the last announcement I made from the demolition activity on the Valco property from, I forget which date it was, but several weeks ago. Last Wednesday, November 27th, we did receive all completed documents we required. And so we issued the temporary encroachment permits for the demolition activity specifically. The contractor notified the city that there would be no demolition activities during the holidays, so there wasn't any. On December 2nd, Monday, the city sent a letter from the city building official to the property owner contractor stating that demolition activities could resume. I have forwarded almost all of those documents to the council, but they are all posted on our website currently. The city inspector will be on site during those demolition activities. We're almost there on the full-time contracted inspector agreed to be hired by the city and paid for by the property owner, and they could be on board as soon as this Thursday, December 5th. Today, December 3rd, there was some cleanup activity. If folks looked at the site, there was still some cleanup activity going on, some taking down of some smaller structures inside the building on the back side of the property, nowhere near the fence line, some fence moving in preparation, for the temporary encroachment permits. And then the contractor notified the city they will resume demolition activity as early as tomorrow morning, December 4th, sometime tomorrow morning. The other thing that's still in progress is the structural engineer, independent structural engineer that city would hire and that the property owner would pay for to reassess the stability of the pedestrian bridge. However, I would say, just for everybody's at least temporary comfort, the bridge is on its own separate foundation, so none of the support really is attached to either the west side buildings that are not there anymore or the east side buildings that's currently attached. So but we are bringing in a structural engineer to look at it. And that's my update for now.
Okay. If there's nothing else, we are ready to adjourn.